make sure.
How do you look on this cam?
Looks good. So if I'm doing any action right here.
Just a few inches to your left.
To my left? All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Cool. All right.
I'm just hoping you'll start on this one, just so we can get that on the record that we actually have it as a view.
Okay. All right, good evening, everybody. And we are tracking thunderstorms moving through south central Texas, already getting a couple of warnings in our hill country counties, Real County, Edwards County. On approach to, let's say, Kerrville, Harper, Fredericksburg, all preparing for a thunderstorm that could be capable of strong winds, upwards of 50 to 60 miles an hour as this line moves through in the next several hours. So let's take a look at the forecast and the radar as we speak. You can see very active, not so much in San Antonio, but towards Rock Springs, Kerrville, Gillespie County, outside of Sonora. It's already pushed through Sonora. That's far west of our viewing area. And things are getting a little active, and I'll zoom in and show you what we have. So if you are watching from Rock Springs, from Junction on the backside of this storm, so good news there. And then as we move into Kerrville and into, let's say, Gillespie County, Highway 87 region, that's where we're looking at the potential at these storms going severe. Now, if you were watching last night, we had a couple of storms move south of Bexar County. That did generate some softball-sized hail. So that's kind of what we're working with. This atmosphere is very humid. It's tropical. There's a lot of humidity in place, and that's fueling the thunderstorms. As a matter of fact, which we'll look at in a little bit, but temperatures across our western counties are in the upper 90s near Eagle Pass, Del Rio. Towards Maverick County, they're near 100 degrees. And when you get that kind of instability sparking off with this kind of environment and this upper level system moving in from the west, that's creating a pretty volatile setup for thunderstorms. So again, this is Rock Springs, so we'll zoom in. This is a severe storm warning for Edwards County, Real County until 6:15 p.m. So for the next 45 minutes or so. That's one of two warnings out right now in our far western and northwestern counties. This particular activity in this line, it's back building, and that activity will eventually move farther east towards San Antonio later tonight, likely around 7, 8 p.m. And then by 9, 10 p.m., these storms are pretty much out of here. We'll be looking at a clear sky by late tonight, and tomorrow it'll be sunny. This weekend will be nice in the 70s, but in the meantime, the radar, it's going to be active for the next 2 to 3 hours in our local viewing area. So that particular warning's in effect until 6:15 p.m. tonight. That's for Edwards County and Real County. People affected, population around 1,000 to 1,500. Down I-10, this is the second thunderstorm warning from the Weather Service. You know, what prompted them to make this warning is that it's a very large pocket of rain. It's not rotating, but it is generating some pea-sized hail, very small hail in the isolated pocket of where that reflectivity is turning that dark red. So heads up for Harper, heads up for Highway 290 towards Fredericksburg. If you're watching from anywhere in the hill country, this line is starting to affect you. Now, Junction, outside of it, this is moving from west to east. And I'll put on the loop and kind of show you how the activity is moving in the last 3 hours. So it all started in West Texas, and this line, this dividing line of very hot, humid air towards dry air, this cold front that's in West Texas is sparking off a lot of rain and a lot of storms that are eventually now moving into the hill country. So that's the loop, and we'll actually stop the clock. Harper, right on the line, some light rain now, but if you are watching from Harper in the North Hill country, anywhere between, Fredericksburg and I-10 and Highway 83 in Junction. That's where this thunderstorm is now moving in your direction. Again, it's moving farther east towards Fredericksburg, towards Highway 290, and towards Blanco County in the next hour or two. But it's right on the doorstep of Harper. So we'll erase those arrows, we'll zoom out, and we'll show you the larger thing. And I'll actually put on the last 45 minutes because the last 3 hours is it's not enough. All right, last 45 minutes, there we go. So that's the loop. And let's look at hail tracker. So these thunderstorms, as they move into this kind of environment, they're capable of strong gusty winds, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. It's a line of storms moving east, so it's capable of straight line winds. Now, also, when they build to a level of 40 to 50 to 60,000 feet, their updrafts are tall. And when they're tall like that, air is very cold up high, aloft at 60,000 feet. And that's capable of some hail. Now, right now, good news for Harper, it's just heavy rain, right? It's moving right now into Harper. And I say heavy rain because the hail, while it is there, it's only pea size. When we talk about severe thunderstorms, that's quarter size or larger, up to ping pong, golf ball. And that's when you get into the blue colors, the pink and purple colors. The red colors would be baseball size. Now again, Harper's not dealing with severe level hail. However, there is pea-sized hail in this particular thunderstorm just outside of Harper, west of Fredericksburg. We'll see what this does as it's approaching Fredericksburg and Gillespie County in the next hour or two. But again, right now, main threats, strong gusty winds and just heavy rainfall. Here's the timestamp, 5:31 on this Thursday evening. Kerrville, quiet right now, but towards Real County, Edwards County, near Highway 377 in Rock Springs, rain is still there, but it's now moving out. And again, that's a look at Mason towards Brady. This is all one large line of storms that's stretching all the way near Dallas and Fort Worth into north and northeast Texas. Where, by the way, you may not see the radar because we're outside of the area, but all these storms are stretching all the way to Oklahoma, which is igniting tornadoes in far northeast Texas and portions of southeast Oklahoma. For us, just heavy rain, right? I mean, we'll zoom in again on Junction, the hill country towards Mason, Harper. Again, Harper right now and Mason's getting a lot of heavy rain right now for the entire county. Highway 87, Texas 29, 377, all seeing some pretty good heavy rain. And again, this is much needed, right? So we're in pretty bad drought from San Antonio towards the hill country, extreme to exceptional drought. So every drop counts. We just don't want it to be severe. Now the Weather Service, despite only the pea-sized hail, is seeing some gusty winds along with this, and we'll take a look at velocity in just a second. But again, before we go to that, one last look outside. And San Antonio, dry at the moment, should be dry through about 6:30. But after 7 p.m., around that 7 o'clock hour is when this storm activity will slowly drift farther southeast into Bexar County and towards the local viewing area. And we'll show you future radar in just a bit. But again, that's the last 45 minutes on radar. Junction towards Gillespie County, Kerrville, all seeing some pretty heavy rain at this hour from Rock Springs to Harper and on approach to Fredericksburg. So we looked at hail tracker. Right now, these storms are just generating pea-sized hail in the hill country region. Also some lightning. So we'll actually look at that and we'll take a look at lightning tracker. So these are generating right there some pretty good lightning. So if you're in Junction, Harper, Fredericksburg, you could probably hear a lot of thunder. Same thing just outside of Real County, Rock Springs, some pretty good rainfall and for there at this hour. All right, so we were talking about gusty straight line winds. That is always a threat with thunderstorms as they form a line out west and sweep and race across east. Now, this is velocity, just a different way of looking at the radar. And you'll see that dividing line that was moving into Harper is generating winds of, let's see, radar excess of up to 55, maybe 60 miles an hour along that leading edge of the thunderstorm, right? So heads up for Harper. Right now, it's moderate rain, but that heavy downpour region is moving into your area, and that is going to create winds. That line is going to generate winds of upwards of 55 to maybe 57 miles an hour. So that's a reason why the Weather Service, this has prompted the Weather Service to issue the severe thunderstorm warning for Gillespie County, Kerr County, because these storms, as they form that line, that dividing line, that leading edge can generate wind gusts upwards of 50, 60, 65 miles an hour. It's one of the main threats we always talk about when we generate and talk about severe weather threats. But that's velocity. So we'll erase that and we'll zoom out. We'll show you what we have. So that's Harper, right? So heads up for western Gillespie County. That dividing line where you're seeing that green color is winds from the west, or at least outside the downdraft of the thunderstorm, is generating wind speeds upwards of 57 miles an hour. Now that was one particular region northwest of Harper. To the south and southwest, 46 miles an hour. North of Highway 90, 48 miles an hour. But you get into those bright white and bright green colors, we're talking about 54, 57 miles an hour. And those are occasional wind gusts from the downflow, the downdraft of the thunderstorm. And it may say negative, but it's because of the direction. So it's going towards the radar as opposed to going away from the radar. So that's when we talk about velocity. Green represents going towards the radar, which is on I-35 towards New Braunfels, and red is going away from the radar. So don't let the negative sign for you, but we're talking about wind speeds around that region, around that range, 45 to 55, near 60 miles an hour. So that was velocity, right? So let's talk about the 1 hour rainfall rate. So you saw that, these thunderstorms are generating a lot of thunder, lightning, some heavy rain. As a matter of fact, if you look at the rainfall rates between Mason, Harper, Highway 290, western portions of Gillespie County, we're looking at upwards of, let's say, 3 to 4 inches in 1 hour. Now, the good news is, as these storms race east very quickly, we're not looking at a threat for flooding because, yes, they are generating a lot of rain in a short amount of time, which is always good for the drought. However, they're going to move east fast. So for the next 1 to 2 hours max, yes, some good rain for the hill country. But after about, for the hill country, let's say 6:30, 7:30, this rain's east and moving out. So again, 1 hour rainfall rates, pretty impressive out near Harper. Mason getting some beneficial rainfall right now. I mean, these 1 hour rainfall rates between Texas 29, Highway 87, portions into northwestern Gillespie County and near 290. We're looking at some pretty good, healthy rainfall amounts. Out near Springs with that second cell, upwards of, let's say, 3 to 6 inches in the 1 hour rainfall rate totals. Incredible. Now, that's if the thunderstorm were to sit right over there for 1 hour, which it's not. Again, these are fast-moving storms that'll race east, but in the pocket of heaviest rain, that's what it's producing. That's a heavy, healthy, beneficial downpour. So if you are anywhere near, let's say, Kerrville, Rock Springs, we'll zoom in and we'll show you what the radar looks like right now. And these pink reflectivities could reflect hail, and we'll look at Hail Tracker in just a bit. But that's reflecting, rainfall rates upwards 3 to 4 to 5 inches per hour. So that's lowering the visibility. It's very difficult to drive in. That's very dangerous. So please, if you have any friends in this area, if they're about to drive north on I-10, west on I-10, junction, west on 377 towards Rock Springs, have them stop because these storms, they're strong, right? But they're moving east fast. So after about an hour, this will be in a different location, probably near Kerrville, by about 6:30 later on tonight. So that was velocity. So these winds, these storms are generating wind gusts upwards near 60 miles an hour. That's severe criteria. Only pea-size hail in some of these updrafts. As a matter of fact, we'll go back to sweeping radar and show you what we have. And before we get to that, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. County, Hill Country counties as well, and southeast in the Aquara, just northwest of Victoria. The Weather Service just issued this probably about an hour ago. So depending on how this line moves through, they'll adjust. It may expire earlier. We'll see what happens, if not around 9 or 10 p.m. But if you look farther northwest, heads up for anyone that has family in Waco, central and north Texas, east of Abilene, towards Dallas and Fort Worth, they're under a tornado watch in addition to a severe watch. So if that tells you anything, if you've been keeping up with the weather, that's the bullseye for tonight's storm activity. While we'll see a few, they're going to see numerous, and not just numerous, but strong to severe to rotating storms between Waco, Dallas, Texarkana, Shreveport into Louisiana and southern Arkansas. So that's kind of the big picture. So this one storm that's rotating in north and northwest Texas is leading to a whole lot of weather stretching from South Texas to San Antonio, Austin up I-35 towards Dallas and Fort Worth, and all the way up in Arkansas, which, by the way, they're all underneath some sort of flood-related advisory already. So the flooding threat, not for us, not for much of Texas, because these are going to be fast-moving storms that sweep east fast, but these storms that are going to be continuous and numerous and rounds of rain will be out in Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, southern Missouri, the Midwest. The storm's going to move northeast, and in its wake, clear and sunny for us this weekend, but more active weather towards the Ohio River Valley and the Midwest for tomorrow and likely into Saturday. So that's kind of the stretch and scope of things for this particular storm system, pretty strong in our area. Okay, so back to radar, and we'll show you what we have, and we see a lot of rain and even some stronger thunderstorm. So we have an additional, it looks like, severe warning that was just issued for northern, let's see, east of Brady, Lampasas, just west of Burnett, and Marble Falls. So while Marble Falls is not in this severe warning, they're underneath a watch. And from what I'm seeing right here, if you're watching from Johnson City, Blanco County, we'll actually turn off the NORAD radar and turn on sweeping because it gives you an idea of where the storm track is. But Harper, man, a lot of rainfall. I'm curious to see what hail tracker is looking at. And we'll zoom in and show you what we have. So Harper, right over you, is just heavy rain, right? That's the main threat. Some gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour in some spots across western Gillespie County. But also hail up to maybe nickel size. And if you look closely, it's that one pocket, right? It's just right north of Highway 290. That very light color. I wouldn't even call it quarter size, maybe up to nickel size in that very isolated rural area of western Gillespie County north of Highway 290. That is part of the larger thunderstorm. By and large, is just generating a lot of rainfall, but in its small updraft and when it's reaching the ground, is producing hail upwards of P2 nickel size. So heads up for that particular region across the hill country. Back to radar and back to the severe warning. So that's why the Weather Service has issued severe warnings until 6, if not 6:15 p.m. for a lot of Gillespie County. From Harper to Fredericksburg, we're looking at the potential at more heavy rain, strong straight line winds, excess 60 miles an hour. Also, Appanellano, Texas 261, near Lake Travis, all the way up into pretty much near Austin. Yeah, there we go. Austin's farther east, Round Rock, northwest of Falls. And that's where the severe weather warning has actually been stretched and extended towards almost into Blanco County. I wouldn't be surprised if the Weather Service actually extends it in the next half hour or so. But again, now including Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg, right, let's between now, 10 miles away. So if you're watching from Fredericksburg, which a lot of our viewers are, that dividing line, that leading edge of the front and also the thunderstorm is about 10 miles away. And what we can do on our system is actually give y'all time. So let's do this real time. Bear with me. As we zoom out, and let's see, we have the Earth graphic on, cool. And what I'll have to do is I'll have to pick one particular thunderstorm cell. Now you can see almost two of them, right? So we have one cluster right here, just now leaving Rock Springs. So good news that for anyone in Rock Springs, this rain is now moving out and you're pretty much done for the night. But for anywhere in this region right here, that's where the heavy rain. So between Rock Springs and Harper and Highway 83, heads up for anyone in that area. That's where the heavy rain's at right now with this one cell. Now that's one of them. Now if you move farther northeast, you have a larger squall line structure that we have to always keep a close eye on because these have the potential at generating wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. They start to bow out. In meteorology, we call that a bow echo because as that starts to move east, it pushes the air, and the downdraft also creates a lot of excess air too. As the rain cooled air drops to the ground at a very heavy and fast rate, that air drops and spreads out laterally, and that creates very strong winds at the surface. So this particular warning in effect until 6 p.m. tonight. We'll try and actually time it out because I know Burnett, Marble Falls, Johnson City, Blanco County is not under any warnings yet. They're under a watch until 10 p.m. tonight. And this dividing line, this leading edge of thunderstorms will move in your direction. And let's see if we can time it out. So we have the squall line future. If I take from Texas 16, just north of Llano, and I draw it right there. Now remember, this is going to be an estimate. So if I take the storm speed, which I need to look at, I imagine it's moving, it's pretty fast at 20 to 25 miles. It'll be in Willow City, near Willow City School District, probably near 6:17 p.m. Morris Ranch at about 6 o'clock tonight, and also in similar communities. So for Fredericksburg, likely around 6 to 6:05. That's the timing we're expecting for this storm to move in your direction into your into your area, into your city. So it's 5:45 now. So I would say 20 minutes, if not less than that, this storm is moving into Fredericksburg. That's the particular timing we're looking at with what we've gathered so far. Now, I imagine these storms may be moving a little faster, a little slower, but we'll see. We'll actually erase this real quick, and we'll actually time it out. So right now it's 5:45. So if we go back to 5 o'clock, it started outside of Junction, and it's right about there. So if I take the leading edge of the thunderstorm, and man, this line has traveled 40 miles in about an hour, which is incredible. From Junction to where it's at now, just east of Harper, it's traveled 30 to 40 miles in distance. That's a fast-moving storm. So, as a matter of fact, if you're in Fredericksburg, next 15 minutes, if you're watching from southern and central Gillespie County, this line is moving towards you, Marble Falls, probably by about 6:30, if not a little sooner than that. Burnett, same thing, Lampasas, and towards, again, north of Fredericksburg, around that area, we're looking at some pretty heavy rain moving in your direction. Awesome. Thanks, Greg. Cool. Okay, so hail, let's look at hail tracker again. Typically, these storms have, in the last half hour, have only produced pea-sized hail. So not severe in nature, but right now, just outside of Harper, as that storm moves east, now it's kind of gaining some strength, some steam. Hail tracker just outside of Harper, north of Highway 290, up to nickel-sized hail, and that's moving towards Fredericksburg. It's 5:47. And if you're in Fredericksburg, heavy rain's probably going to be on your doorstep by 6 to 6:05 p.m. at the latest, and this is generating an updraft of nickel-sized hail. So park your cars in the garage if you can in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Cover them because that is moving in your direction. I'll draw the arrows right here. So this storm has that easterly track on it and moving towards and down Highway 290. Okay, so let's go back to radar. Velocity, these storms are generating winds of upwards of 57 miles an hour. And if we take a look at velocity, it'll give us an idea of just outside of Harper, some of these wind gusts. Now again, disregard the negative sign in front of the number. It just is referring to the direction of where it's moving towards relevant to the radar site. So 56 miles an hour max along this leading edge of thunderstorm activity, stretching from, again, the hill country, central Texas, all the way down to almost near Kerrville. The leading edge in Gillespie County specifically is generating winds of upwards of 56, 60 miles an hour max. And some, cells are not producing that, right? Some are producing 15 to 25 mile an hour winds. Big takeaway is that it's going to get breezy, if not extremely gusty, before these storms move through, and also as they move right overhead over Fredericksburg in the next 15, 20 minutes. Heavy rain, strong straight line winds, downdraft air, rain-cooled air hitting the surface. It's spreading out laterally. That can create winds 40, 50 miles an hour. So if you're in Fredericksburg, Stonewall, bring in your stuff, bring in any lawn furniture before this rain moves in. It'll be quick, it'll be fast. It's not going to last all night long. It'll last 30 minutes to an hour max, and this line moves east very, very quickly. We talked about precip rates, debris tracker. That's for when we talk about rotation, right? So if any of these cells on velocity start to have those couplets, right, the green and red start to rotate, we'll take a look at debris tracker, but right now, not a problem. This looks to be mostly a heavy rain, lightning, straight line wind event, and even some very small hail just moving outside of Harper and towards Fredericksburg in the next 10 to 15 minutes. If you were with us this morning, we saw some pretty good rain overnight between about 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. That generated some hail last night from Atascosa County, from Cuero to Victoria towards northern San Antonio. Several reports of hail was picked up early this morning. Now, as we go into tonight, the damaging wind threat and the hail threat is there. Is it high? Is it extreme? No, but between about now and 8 p.m., I would say the largest threat will be damaging winds 50 to 60 miles an hour in some of these thunderstorms as they move across your region, and then even some hail quarter size or larger right now on radar as we speak across the hill country. only generating up to P2 nickel size hail. So that's not severe. It's severe if it's up to quarter or larger. So we'll see what happens, and flooding is not an issue for tonight because these are going to be fast moving storms. Rotation, possible, just not probable. And let me show you why. So the dynamics in place for wind threats, San Antonio, Hill Country regions are in an area, but it's going to be mostly into Dallas, Fort Worth, north of College Station, and northeast Texas. That's the highest threat for damaging wind gusts. Hail, quarter size or larger, same thing, northeast Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, and the bullseye for that. And that'll stretch into Arkansas and northern Louisiana as well. San Antonio, these storms will generate pretty much just a lot of heavy rain, but we can't rule out the possibility and threat of damaging wind gusts and mostly just small to medium-sized hail. As a matter of fact, rotation threat, highest northeast Texas, and you'll see San Antonio barely on the map for that particular threat. It's going to be a very low to marginal risk for severe weather producing rotating supercells. We'll keep an eye on radar, hour, minute by minute here at KENS 5, but right now, that's not the main threat. The main threat for tornadoes will be across northeast Texas into Arkansas this evening into early tomorrow morning. So this is a forecast model. So I believe this is the HRRR. As we progress into, let's say, and I need to see if it's initializing pretty well actually. It's doing pretty decent because you can see that cell outside of Harper, west of Fredericksburg. It's not doing too bad in initializing where the storms are at right now. Okay, so hour by hour, let's walk you through it. Through about 6:30. Timestamp, upper right-hand corner. More rain starts to develop. One or two cells strengthen on approach to Blanco County, Johnson City. By 6:30, it's knocking on the doorstep of I-35. Between Austin, San Marcos, New Braunfels, northern San Antonio, that's where a lot of the cells are going to be by 6:30. So the next 20 to 30 minutes, right? So this is the hour by hour. By 7 p.m., it dips down. Some light to moderate to even potentially heavy rain moving into San Antonio. And keep in mind, this is one forecast model. We have 2 to 3 to look at for high resolution guidance. So this is just one outlook and opinion on what the atmosphere may do through 8, 9 p.m. So by 8 p.m., rain moving into San Antonio. We'll have to watch these individual cells as they drift farther east and if they drift farther south. But right now, they're easterly track storms at this point in time. By 8, 9 p.m., as we move down 9 p.m., a lot of the clouds and rain is clearing by 9 p.m. in San Antonio. Did it say supercells? Did it say strong hail-producing thunderstorms? No, it did not. But again, that's one model run. By 9 p.m., though, it's all moving out between San Marcos, LaGrange, Columbus, Hallettsville. It's moving farther east, and you can see towards Bay City, towards Houston by about midnight, and East Texas by the pre-dawn hours of Friday morning. And you'll see by tomorrow morning, it's clear. It's breezy. We'll have a fire threat all day tomorrow because of gusty winds and very low humidity and dry air. But by 7 a.m., we're looking at temperatures in the lower 50s, upper 40s. So tomorrow morning, going to be chilly. It'll be clear. It'll be cold and breezy. So have a coat tomorrow morning. It's going to be chilly tomorrow for early Friday. And again, we'll rewind that back. And I'll actually go to a different forecast model and see what they're doing and initializing on storm activity right now. So that was the HRRR. Let's see what the NAM is doing. NAM is kind of aggressive, as you see right now. We're looking at more activity drifting into Bernie. That's the forecast model. It's over aggressive and over initializing on where the storms are at right now. So the NAM, not the best. HRRR is doing a little bit better, and we'll take a look at the IBM graph model. A little better. So we'll actually time this out with the graph and IBM model. So we'll do that. That's from the HRRR. We'll go from IBM, and we'll from the HRRR. We'll go from IBM, and we'll see right here. So look, okay, so right now, rain and storms moving into Fredericksburg in the next 5 to 10 minutes. By 6 p.m., 6:30, storms are on approach to Kerrville towards Bernie. By 6:37, 7:30, on approach to northern San Antonio, the Rim, near La Cantera, Chavano Park, Stone Oak, right? North and northeast San Antonio. But you can see San Antonio kind of on the tail end of it, right? The severe weather likely going to be displaced farther into San Marcos, Austin, of course, into central Texas, and farther north into Dallas and Fort Worth. With that being said, got to keep our guard up because the IBM says maybe a pocket of heavy to strong to severe weather by 7:30. By 8 p.m., similar conditions. By 8:30, 9 p.m., that's where rain starts to move east, and we're done. San Antonio, Bexar County, the Hill Country, we're done. We're clear. We're windy. Winds will be moving at like 20 to 30 miles an hour tonight, but the rain moves towards Houston after 8 p.m., and then I would say by 9, 10 p.m., it's moving towards Houston and East Texas. So again, that's the IBM model. Both the HRRR and IBM initializing different, but both handling the storms relatively well. All right, we'll end up on the radar for this last few minutes, guys. We'll keep the stream on, and I'll be back in the next 20 to 30 minutes to give you guys updates as these severe storms continue to roll across the Hill Country. Once again, should be moving into San Antonio. Some scattered rain, a few isolated storms will be likely in the San Antonio, Bexar County area, maybe around 7 to 7:30 later on tonight, and then by 8:39 we are done. So we'll leave it on radar for right now, guys. Be safe, especially if you're driving in the Hill Country. Right now, the most severe storm is across Gillespie County and moving towards Fredericksburg at this time. So we'll keep the radar on for a little bit longer, and we'll be back in just a little bit to give you live All right, we are back live, everybody, talking about the forecast for tonight. We're expecting strong and severe storms. The region is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. Likely going to clear by that time. That's just the weather's just expanding the reach into our zone. So right now the storms are moving into Kerrville. If you're watching from Kerrville, depending on where you're at in Kerrville, actually, because you can see as I stop the clock, while they're under a severe storm warning until 7:15, so the next 15 minutes or so, you can see it's almost split into two individual cells. Now you'll see inside Kerrville itself, it's like light to moderate rain, but on either side of I-10, it's really incredible. It's just heavy rain. And with those pink reflectivities north of I-10 and near Ingram and southwest of Kerrville, that's looking at some pretty heavy rain. We'll see if generating any hail real time. We'll take a look at velocity. It's updated the frame. Now it's 6:31, and again, now the heaviest rain is now moving into Kerrville. So if you're watching from that area, Ingram southwest of I-10, this is some pretty heavy rain. This particular line has split into two different cells. This line is almost back building as it drifts and swoops southeast into Comfort, which, by the way, if you're watching from Comfort, right now it's quiet. Maybe some light rain, but at best. And then this line will move in your direction towards Comfort down I-10 in the next half hour or so. So Matt, you are in Converse and Universal City. Power went out here last night, about a 2-mile radius, but only heard a few rumbles. Last night we had a few isolated cells, Matt. One that moved through I-35, like Northern Bexar County, Stone Oak to San Marcos and the Converse area. Some pretty good thunderstorms. That did pick up some and drop some, up to tennis ball size hail. And some of those isolated pockets where the updraft is really strong. And even more hail was picked up last night and even this morning around 2 a.m. in Cuero, over Atascosa County. Frio County also picked up some of the largest hail we've seen in quite a while, right? So it's only March 2nd, and we're looking at the potential of strong to severe storms. So right now, again, we'll zoom out and show you what we got. So this is current radar. The areas that are most threatened by severe weather at this point in time, again, it's 6:32 on this third evening, from Johnson City to Marble Falls, down south into Bandera. Now, if you look closely, I'm going to rewind this back. So this is the last 3 hours on radar, right? So this line, it's strong. It's all forming ahead of a cold front that is going to bring cooler air tomorrow. It's going to be sunny tomorrow. It's going to be nice. But notice, this is about an hour ago. There were storms moving through Rock Springs, and as it moves farther east across Real County, it's almost back building. Storms are actually developing on the tail end of this system. And as it moves into Bandera County, which it's at right now, and it's on the route to Bandera in the next half hour, if not earlier than that, because this is a fast-moving line. This is going to generate wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles an hour along that leading edge. And again, in this line, you can see reflectivity is picking up pink colors. That's pretty strong thunderstorm action, right? As a matter of fact, let's put on lightning tracker, see how much lightning it's producing. So, not so much in Bandera. There are a few rumbles of thunder, right? Kerrville, a little bit of lightning. And then towards Fredericksburg, between Kerrville and Fredericksburg across I-10, that's where it gets a little bit more active when it comes to the strength of this thunderstorm. Now, regardless, this area in this highlighted yellow region is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 p.m. So next 40 minutes, right? And as for Kendall and Kirk County, So, leading edge of line, I'll put on that loop one more time, right there. It's moving fast. It's moving in from west to east. So that leading edge is generating wind gusts of 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. We've looked at velocity, which we'll take a look at in just a bit. We've seen samples on data and on radar that's picking up wind gusts along that leading edge of the thunderstorm, 57 miles an hour. So that's one area earlier this evening between Harper and Fredericksburg that it was very, very gusty. Okay, so let's talk about sweeping radar. So this is a better look at radar, kind of gets away from the lighter rain and where the moderate to heavy rain's at. So at Lakey, you're fine. This storm, if you're watching from Lakey, it's actually moving away from you. Camp Wood, away from you. Utopia, same thing. Bandera, different story. You can see along Texas 16, moderate to heavy rain. And as we progress, as we progress into Kerrville, Comfort, heavy rain, lightning, probably there. It just turns off all the way time. So we'll keep right there. Cool. And then Fredericksburg. Harper, you had some heavy rain around the 5:30 hour, 5 o'clock hour. Now it's moving east and away from you. Fredericksburg, less lightning, but between Fredericksburg and Kerrville, that's where the thunderstorm is at its most. Matter of fact, let's actually splice this open and see how tall the thunderstorm dragged, because the last radar you looked at was a different color table. Now this one's showing, instead of pink, more of a maroon, dark red, and the more heavier, stronger pockets of the thunderstorm. Now, when I say let's slice it open, let's do this. Let's see how tall the thunderstorm height is. Wow. Okay, it's reaching upward to 40 to 50,000 feet, close to Fredericksburg. It's a little weaker towards Bandera. Now, that being said, this line is still building thunderstorms. Now, as temperatures cool down this evening, we're going to lose daytime heat because the sunset already passed. As we lose daytime heat, that typically weakens the thunderstorms. However, you have to watch this line very closely because it's entering a very humid environment. Now again, the thunderstorm between Comfort and Fredericksburg and Kerrville towards Fredericksburg and Gillespie County reaching heights of up to 50,000 feet. And that's a pretty tall thunderstorm. That could be producing some pea-sized hail, and as a matter of fact, it is. But between Highway 87 towards, let's say, Kerrville. So Kerrville and Fredericksburg, actually just heavy rain and lightning at this point, right? So just good, much beneficial rain. But between there and I-10, you can see that pocket of gray. That's indicative of pea-sized hail. That's not considered severe. Now, when thunderstorms turn severe, they're producing wind gusts of over 58 miles per hour at that leading edge. Also, quarter-size hail or larger. Now, winds are gusting in this thunderstorm, 40 to 60 miles an hour, and it's also producing hail, but on the smaller side. So, good news there. It looks like, by and large, this cell between Kerrville and Fredericksburg, mostly just some heavy rain with lightning. Now, one more look at radar. This is the other color table. Kerrville, pretty heavy rain, and as you saw, pretty much between Highway 87 and I-10, right around this region in the center of your screen, that's where that pea-sized hail was being picked up on radar. So in terms of large hail in our local viewing area, I think we're okay. Gusty winds, likely the main threat with this particular line at this point in time, and just heavy rain and lightning. We'll look at velocity right here. Get to that. We'll hit New Braunfels. Lisa asks, it will likely not until probably 7:30, Lisa. So we're going to show you kind of the hour by hour, the forecast model guidance, and kind of some of the tools we have on radar here at KENS 5. So that leading edge. So, previously mentioned, it looked like that the main threat for these storms rolling through, especially right now in the hill country, are strong straight line winds, winds between 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. And on radar velocity, you can see, as I kind of do this real time, right? If I sample this, let's see if it works. Velocity. See, along that leading edge, the speed cranks up. And that typically happens with these squall lines, right? As these storms develop a line, which, by the way, is stretching from North Texas all the way down into the hill country. It's a long line ahead of a cold front, and what that front does, it undercuts the very warm, humid air, and it lifts these thunderstorms. When you have this kind of setup, it pops it off pretty quickly. And the reason why they pop off is because that warm and humid air is just rising so rapidly. And these thunderstorms just pop off out of nowhere. So that's why we're seeing wind gusts between Comfort and Stonewall and Fredericksburg, pretty much in the rural area of Kendall County. It looks like we're seeing speeds over 60 miles an hour. And that's most on the leading edge, right? So, you know, if you ever see a thunderstorm, you walk outside, you see a thunderstorm, you notice it's breezy, and that's the leading edge of cooler air moving through. And sometimes these leading edges of thunderstorms can be pretty fast. I mean, you know, this storm is moving quickly across our region. So again, radar velocity indicating some winds between Highway 290 and Comfort and I-10 between 50, 60, and even upward of 75 miles an hour. That's over severe weather criteria, so that's indicating a pretty powerful thunderstorm. While it's not producing large hail, that's the good news. It is generating strong straight line winds. So if you're in Comfort, it's not your area just yet, but it's moving towards you. You're going to want to bring anything you want inside that you don't want to be blown down the street. Before we go back to radar, these are the 1 hour rainfall rates, just kind of seeing how powerful these thunderstorms are and regarding the amount of rain they're producing in just a little bit of time, right? So obviously these storms are fast movers, so they're not going to hover over one area for 1 hour. I mean, they're quick, right? They're moving east fast. But the amount of rainfall they are producing, if they were to stay over one spot for 1 hour, look at this. These are very heavy rain storms. While not all of them are severe, some of them are producing strong straight line winds, lightning, and heavy rainfall rates. As a matter of fact, if you look at the south area of Kerrville, precip rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. And these storms are fast movers and they're moving east quickly. They're not producing that kind of rain total for Kerrville, but it shows you if it were to be in one place for 1 hour, that's how much rain it's happened. And you'll see 1.99, 3 inches per hour. And 1.13 just near Bandera, same thing. So it's just a tool we have in radar to show how much rain's falling and how much potential we could see as these storms are lifting very quickly and they're really tall in height and generating a lot of rain. So we looked at winds. Let's go back to sweeping radar and see what's going on. Let's see. All right, everybody, sorry we had a little technical difficulty. But again, if you have any questions, we're going to the details about the rain and storms moving in and radar, forecast models, velocity, all that good stuff. So drop a comment down below. But yeah, that was, before I left, it was Lisa who asked, is it going to hit New Braunfels? Yeah, so probably around 7:30, this line is going to move through northern San Antonio and I-35 on 8 p.m. So heads up, right? So right now, the Hill Country is the main focal point for rain at this point, right? And as you can see, I'm put on sweeping radar because that's the NORAD radar. So now the line is actually starting to build a little bit towards Utopia, towards Sabinal, Highway 90 and northwestern portions of Medina County. Now, these storms, while not all of them are severe, they are generating lightning, strong gusty winds, and some is a very small hail. Before I left, we looked at some pocket between Fredericksburg and Comfort near Highway 87. It was right around this particular region where it was producing pea-sized hail. That's not considered severe, but it's hail nonetheless, so we've got to keep an eye on it. But it is generating a lot of lightning, right? So before we get to that, this is what the radar looks like right now. If you're watching from San Antonio, this line will move through. There'll be a couple pockets of heavy rain, some lightning, likely around 7:30 to 8, and then by 8:39, it is out. It's moving east, but in the meantime, the rain, the storms are most widespread across the hill country. This is all associated ahead of a cold front and all ahead of a line. You can see the line stretches all the Willis and Fort Worth, which, by the way, getting near Killeen, Lampasas, outside of our viewing area north of Austin, near Gatesville. Near Marble Falls, some gusty warning in effect for that part of the central Texas region near 281 in Marble Falls. That's until 7:15 p.m. Now, Torrance City and into our local viewing area between the Hill Tree, Bandera, Bernie, we're looking at even more. But now this line is back building, and while it's not generating a ton of lightning, it is still producing some lightning strikes, some clouded ground lightning, some heavy rain. Flooding is not going to be a threat for this system because it's going to move so fast. But notice we do have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 p.m. That is including Bernie, Bandera, Kerrville, Blanco. Now, the rain that's moved through Kerrville, it was heavy. Last half hour, very strong rain. Now, that system, that line is moving east and out of Kerrville towards Comfort. Let me zoom in. Where's Comfort at? Comfort's actually under the rain right now. So from Comfort, from Center Point, from south of Kerrville and south of Kerr County and Bandera County, again, this is moving farther east and southeast. As a matter of fact, let's turn on the line and the radar loop. Show you what we got. So from Lakey to Bernie, so this is the last 45 minutes, and this is what we're looking at right now. So that's what the radar looks like. Let's take a look at hail tracker. So earlier between Comfort and Fredericksburg, there was a pocket that was producing pea-sized hail. Now, good news, over Bandera County, no hail, just heavy rain, gusty winds. The only hail we're seeing is just near Stonewall between Fredericksburg and Johnson City along that Highway 290 corridor. So the radar, the reflectivity is off, and instead we put hail tracker on. And you'll notice that the gray shades of color indicates more of the pea-sized hail variety and the updraft of the thunderstorm that the radar is picking up. So not nickel size, not quarter size, and not ping pong size. The legend is in the upper left-hand corner. So good news, most of this is just heavy rain. But the thing is, if you look farther north, you can pick up on these red boxes, right? And that's why we have to track these storms all evening long, because while we're probably just going to see some heavy rain, maybe a gusty wind, some damaging straight line winds, some of these cells along this line, this leading edge of thunderstorm activity can rotate. That's why we're watching it very quickly. So back to our local viewing area, northwestern portions of Gillespie County, it's just cloudy, it's clearing out. Southeastern portions of Gillespie County, southeast of Fredericksburg, it is now getting a little bit more active. So heads up for Johnson City. If you're watching from Johnson City, Canyon Lake, Bernie especially, this rain is moving in your direction. Let's turn on the loop and show you the last 3 hours. Let's do 45 minutes actually. And right there. So this is the last 45 minutes. So that is the radar as we speak. This is at 6:48 p.m. That was the radar. That was reflectivity. We looked at hail tracker. Now let's look at some of the winds. Now, the wind threat, not as pronounced in Bandera County. Yes, these storms are breezy. They're a little gusty. But it's really along that leading edge of the cold front, right? Along the frontal boundary, the trough that's about to approach 281 in Johnson City and Blanco. Along that front, along that leading edge, that can generate wind gusts near 50 to 60 miles an hour. As a matter of fact, earlier today between Harper and Fredericksburg in Gillespie County, we're seeing winds of 50 miles an hour along that leading edge. Not everywhere, but along that thunderstorm edge. So on velocity, take a look. You can see, this is incredible. Now, this is radar estimate. It's mostly as these thunderstorms push across, not so much behind them, but along that leading edge as they move farther east into the 281 corridor. That's where they're capable of more of the damaging wind threat. Now, the hail threat could be inside in the center point of the thunderstorm, but the damaging wind threats always and typically move in as the leading edge of the thunderstorm moves in wherever you are. So, for example, Johnson City, anywhere along 281. There's a lot of little cities along 281. Let me actually erase this. Blanco, right? So between Johnson City, Blanco, Stonewall, I know there's a lot of different areas along 281. I've driven up there a lot. And even between Bulverde, right? Canyon Lake. So heads up, not so much for, Bernie, but mainly towards Blanco County. I would say between central portions of Kendall County up into Blanco County, up in Johnson City. That's where this particular edge of rain, yes, lightning, hail is not really a big threat at this point in time. It's 650. It's more of a damaging wind threat. So, and I say that, and you saw this earlier, right? Winds in this particular part of the thunderstorm, which, by the way, again, the leading edge is the most violent part. You can see some of these samples on radar between 39, 50, upwards of 60 miles an hour. Now, what makes a thunderstorm severe are, quarter-size hail and also wind gusts over 58 miles an hour. So that's probably a big portion of why the Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this particular region. So we'll actually turn on sweeping radar and show you where the yellow highlighted regions is, and between Marble Falls in our viewing area, between there, Johnson City, Blanco, Kendall County, between there and the eastern half of the hill country, Kerrville to Bandera, that's where the line of storms is now moving through. Now, as you saw on velocity, the most damaging line in regarding damaging wind gusts is between Johnson City and Blanco. So heads up for them. Right now, mostly light rain, but this particular cell is moving in your direction. And I'll put the line on it right there. And I'll actually post on that right now. So let's see if I can do this. So this is for Kendall and Kerr County. I'll put on the loop one more time and I'll zoom out. Let's see if I can do this, guys. I'm going to put on radar in just a second. Are we getting some in Corpus Christi, Esmeralda asks. So it looks like this line will go as far as Corpus Christi. However, Corpus Christi, the coastal bend, Refugio, Alice towards the south, near the beach, near the coast. It's going to be the tail end of things. So you guys will see some rain, but not until late tonight. Our sister station, KIII and Alan Holt and all of them will be on top of this for tonight. But right now, the threat is for Central and South Texas, for the Hill Country and moving into San Antonio, likely around the 7:30 hour. I'm getting a lot of alerts on probably a new severe storm warning that includes Austin, I-35 towards Blanco and Round Rock. This line continues to propagate farther east, right? So the strongest area, it looks like it's north from Blanco to Johnson City all the way up by 35 up to 81. Now, storms are still firing on the west and southwest side of this system, and you can see even more activity starting to form right there, extending its reach into Medina County near Bonita Lake. So that's why San Antonio likely going to see some rain out of it. Will it be severe? We are under a marginal to slight risk for that, a level 1 to 2 out of 5, especially in northeastern Bexar County. Meaning isolated to scattered storms, some of these will be capable of strong straight line winds and some damaging hail up to quarter size. We'll see. We'll have to see how it drags across north Bexar County. But right now, let's see. How about Von Ormy, Luis asks. Let's see. So Von Ormy, right now, it is quiet. Right, that's the south side of Bexar County, south side of San Antonio. I would say, central and northern San Antonio are going to see the of this in our local viewing area. South Bexar County, if we're to see rain, likely around 7:45, around 8 p.m. So this line is moving towards the east and southeast. So right there. So it has that easterly track to it. Right there. And more activity is developing on that southwestern side. They're back building, right? These storms are developing more and more, extending into Medina County. And you can even see, if you look closely, some rain out near, Uvalde right there, right? So you can actually see another cell starting to fire up. So this is the trend, right? This line, this front to the west has a very large influence on the rain that's being lifted and impacted across our area. So again, this line's going to continue to form. Right now, Bandera and southeastern Kerr County and in Johnson City seeing the largest impact for heavy rain, strong straight line winds, and into eastern portions of Blanco County. Northern Bexar County will be impacted, but not until probably about 7:30, 8 p.m. tonight for this evening. So again, lightning and just strong gusty winds the main threat, but mostly across Johnson City is where they're seeing the highest amount of severe activity in our local viewing area. If you go up to Dallas, which we can, we'll actually extend this map and show you kind of how they're faring with this, right? So I know lightning's on, so let me and show you what kind of activity. So between Killeen and Gatesville, there's a warning north of our area. Near Dallas and Fort Worth on the southeast, another tornado warning. So that's why we have to keep an eye on these storms because they're all part of the same line, right? While the atmosphere is a little bit more conducive farther north into Dallas, and we're only in a marginal to slight risk for severe weather here in San Antonio, we have to keep an eye on these cells because they can branch off and they can start to rotate very quickly. But right now, from what we see in these thunderstorms, strong gusty winds, 40 to 60 miles an hour, mainly along that leading edge. And there's been one pocket of pea-sized hail across, that was earlier this evening, and aside from that, it is looking mostly quiet. We'll keep the radar on for a little longer. Have to step out for about 5 minutes, and I'll leave the radar looping longer. Anthony, any chance for tornadoes? Depending on where you're at, Anthony. So let me show you the threat assessment. This is for San Antonio, right? For our particular local viewing area, because the people can watch us from Dallas, from Arkansas, from Louisiana. For tornadoes, it's a very low threat. There could be some isolated rotation in this line of storms as it moves east, especially towards Houston, but it's a low threat. For San Antonio and the Hill Country region, our local viewing area, the main threats, by the way, are at a medium, are damaging wind gusts near 60 miles an hour and large hail up to quarter size or larger. So, and if you're about threats, that's a good question because here is a breakdown, right? So between, let's say, Waco and Dallas and Northeast Texas, this is the wind threat. That is showing the highest regions of likely 60 plus mile an hour winds for tonight. It says after 2 p.m. in the upper right hand corner, but basically between now and this tonight, I would say 8, 9 p.m. You saw that line, it's now moving through Dallas. That's the highest threat, that region in pink in Northeast Texas for the highest threat for damaging. We'll see some gusty winds here in the San Antonio region. But the highest for that plus hail is in Dallas, North Texas, Red River to southern portions of Oklahoma. Houston, I-10, San Antonio kind of on the outer edge where we have a chance for it. It's just very low. These storms will be strong at times, but in terms of widespread severe storms, it's going to be mostly northeast Texas, and that'll stretch into Arkansas, northern Louisiana through tomorrow morning. This is the rotation threat, tornado threat for tonight, and it looks like, again, northeast Texas, the big player in that. Okay, so here's one forecast model. This is through 7:30 p.m., and you'll see around 7:30 that we could see some rain and a line of storms moving into San Antonio. Is it going to be a lot? As a matter of fact, after about a half hour to an hour, it's quick, it's good. But again, these storms will be capable of strong gusty winds along that leading edge and also some hail up to quarter size. And by 8, 9 p.m., it's moving east towards Houston. So that's about it. Yes, there's a chance at rain, but it's only going to be like an hour to 2 hour window. Right now, hill country regions are being impacted the most. But again, that line is heading in our direction and more storms are kind of back building on that southwestern side. Let's leave it at sweeping radar real quick. And let's see. So again, this is Centerport for Bandera seeing some pretty heavy rain. Blanco and John now underneath that heavy thunderstorm. That was the particular one we looked at about 10 minutes ago that was producing wind speeds along that leading edge of 50 to 60 miles an hour. This is heading towards Dripping Springs, which, by the way, They've extended the warning until 7:45 p.m., and that includes Austin, Travis County, Williamson County, Round Rock, Buda, pretty much north of San Marcos. But the thing is, this is just that 1 to 2 line. It's all part of the same line, but some of these are branching off, right, towards Kendall County, Bernie, Bandera. So while this is separated from the main line, it is still strong. And you can see as I put that loop on right there, these are still on track to move farther east. And these are moving at like 30 miles an hour. These are fast moving storms. And let me see if I can track this, right? So let me zoom out and show you. So here's the main line between Marble Falls and Johnson City, but you can see kind of a space, a gap in central portions of Kendall County. And this is separating into a separate line. So Comfort, Bandera, awesome heavy rain right now. And this has that easterly track to it right there. So if I put the tracker on it and do the squall line right here, right there, and then I do about 30 miles an hour. Yeah, so right there, 7 p.m. Let's do this, let's do this, and let's do this. Perfect, perfect. So again, that severe warning is in effect until 7:15 p.m. tonight, right? And again, this is moving towards northwestern Bexar County. It's going to impact San Antonio, where a lot of our viewers are at, around 7:30, 7:45. And this is a fast-moving storm right now, just producing some good heavy rain. We were looking at it last hour. It looks like this particular line, main threat is just gusty winds, 40 to 50, 60 miles an hour. And that's about it. There was a pocket of hail around the 5:30, 6 o'clock hour between Kerrville, Comfort, and Fredericksburg that was producing up to pea-size hail. But right now, the main threats are just damaging winds, gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles an hour, plus lightning and strong and heavy rain. So let's save this real quick, and I'm going to put the radar on one more time. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. We'll track these storms all night long. So feel free to come back in the next 10 to 15 minutes. I have to go check on something, and we'll be right back. But for right now, we'll leave it on. The radar, rain is now moving outside of Kerrville. We'll leave the loop on right here so you guys can always get an idea of where the rain's at and where it's moving. But again, it's moving southeast towards northern Bexar County, likely around 7:30 p.m.
Well, you can as well. Well, can't you watch the window in the screen? In Signal One? No? Once it's live?
Yeah, I don't know if I trust it.
True, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's.
That's the thing. It's like they're always saying, "Well, this is not quite real time."
Yeah, like right there. I mean, I never do either, but.
All right, all right. All right, everybody, we are back and we're looking at the storms now moving outside of the hill country toward I-35 and closer to northern San Antonio. So let's chat about what we are tracking at this hour. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment down below. We are live on Facebook as well as YouTube and other platforms, but we'll be answering questions on Facebook. Okay. Strong wind gusts over Petrenko and 1604 area. Now, funny you mentioned that, Alexander. Now, you mentioned that. And the thing is, winds can get very gusty ahead of these storms, right? The cold front is what's igniting and lifting these line of storms as they move across I-35 at this point in time. But near Petrenko Road, which is on the west side, it's dry, right? But again, ahead of these storms, you can really feel the wind gusts as these storms just pour down rain, the wind comes down with it, and it's spreading out laterally at the surface, and that can lead to, gusty winds towards Helotes, towards Castroville, towards Somerset, and towards Petrenko Road. So, interesting that you mentioned that. Now, in terms of what we're looking at right now, San Antonio, dry, but if you look closely, northwestern tip of Bexar County, near Scenic Oaks, Bernie is getting hit pretty hard at this point in time. Heavy rain for Bernie, and they are included in a severe warning until 8:15 p.m. Now, what does severe mean? It means wind gusts of 40 to 60 miles an hour, mainly above 58 miles per hour. In addition to that, quarter-size hail or larger. Now, not every cell in this particular region is generating that kind of environment. And yes, there's lightning out near Bernie, Scenic Oaks, I-10 towards Kerrville. Now the rain is now moving out of Comfort, out of Kerrville. This line is moving east towards San Antonio. So if you're in the hill country, you are wrapping up. You're done for tonight. But towards Timberwood Park, Bernie is getting hit the hardest right now in our local viewing area. And this line actually starts to break apart the farther southwest you go, right towards Medina County. Hondo seeing some good rain right now. It's light to moderate to heavy in some of these pockets between Hondo, Highway 90, and Bandera. But thunderstorm activity, lightning continues for Kendall County, northwestern Bexar County, Blanco County, towards Canyon Lake and Wimberley, Dripping Springs, and near Lake Wade, Jonestown, Round Rock, and out near Austin, just north of Georgetown, is a tornado warning. Just gives you an idea of what kind of conditions that these storms can produce. While the threat is very high, the farther north you go towards Austin, Waco, Dallas, and Fort Worth, which, by the way, last hour or two, they've been hit pretty hard in North Texas. Dallas, Fort Worth, seen a few tornadoes, very strong, damaging straight-line winds in North Texas, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour away from our region. In San Antonio, the rain has yet to move in. But again, this is all moving toward the east and southeast. From Hondo, Medina County, Fair Oaks Ranch, that's where we're seeing the brunt of the storm. So Bernie, again, lightning strikes. And let's see if hail is being tracked in this particular storm. Not so much. So we just went from reflectivity to hail tracker. And outside of Bernie is a little pocket of very small hail, only up to pea size. So that's what we've been seeing all evening long. We've been tracking these storms since pretty much 4 or 5 p.m. They started out in the hill country, and they have been drifting farther east-southeast towards San Antonio and I-35. And they've only been producing in our local viewing area up to pea, maybe nickel-size hail. They haven't been up to quarter size, which is indicative of a severe thunderstorm. But again, only hail at this point in time is drifting outside of Bernie, so it's not in Bernie, but drifting into far northwestern Bexar County. There's the county line right there, and you can see that's I-10 Fair Oaks Ranch. While, pea-sized hail is not very hail, nonetheless, that can still do some damage. So we have to keep an eye on it. This thunderstorm, as it moves towards northern San Antonio, Cross Mountain, Timberwood Park, that could be threatening to, of course, property, cars, as it moves farther southeast down I-10 towards northern San Antonio. Back to sweeping radar. So right now, the severe thunderstorm warning that is mainly for Bandera, for Kendall County, and this is generating just a lot of lightning, not so much hail, and it's starting to break apart into Hondo, Medina County, and west of Bexar County. Viewer called, that's report, high winds hitting Castroville right now. Yeah, so I believe it. So we'll actually take a look at velocity in just a moment. And that's radar, that's reflectivity. And biggest threat storms as they moved into the region have been, yes, small hail, but mostly damaging wind gusts. Remember, with these lines of storm moving in from west to east, that leading edge of rain can generate very high, dangerous winds. As a matter of fact, take a look at this point in time. We're getting some reports and a lot of viewers mentioning that the main threat ahead of this storm is the wind gust. It's very gusty, and you can see northern San Antonio picking up on wind speeds of upwards, let's say along I-10, near 67 miles an hour. That's the occasional gust on the outside of this thunderstorm. So the leading edge of the rain is now northwestern Bexar County, but on that leading edge, wind going up to 67 miles an hour. That's a radar estimate exact. However, it gives you an idea of what kind of wind speeds rating on the outer land of this particular line of storms. On Jack, you
got hail and burning.
Hail and Bernie. Hail and Bernie. Okay.
In 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, so hail and Bernie has been reported. In addition to that, very strong winds moving into Bernie, northwestern San Antonio, between Canyon Lake, I-10, northeast of Lake Hills, and north of Helotes. We're looking at wind gusts, occasional on the leading edge of this thunderstorm, 67 miles an hour. In addition to that, some hail being picked in Bernie. And we saw just outside of Bernie, that radar estimate upwards of P2 quarter size hail. And we're gonna get some video in just a bit and show you that here on Facebook Live and on social media. But again, between Canyon Lake, Bernie, I-10, right now, of course, the rain is drifting farther southeast, but the main threat is damaging wind gusts at this point in time for our local viewing area. Reason being, radar is estimating between 50 and 60 to even 70 mile an hour wind gusts, mainly along that leading edge. And let me show you where that's at. So here's the radar, here's reflectivity, and that's looking pretty strong and healthy on reflectivity. That pink and white color is indicating at least some sort of strong updraft and heights of 60, maybe 50,000 feet. So between Canyon Lake 281 and Bernie and I-10, that's where the rain's the highest. We saw hail while it is, especially around Bernie. We're getting some reports in Bernie of hail, and you'll see right there that particular hail core is drifting farther north, closer to I-10. So yes, heavy rain in Bernie, a lot of lightning, but also hail. And while radar is estimating only P2, maybe nickel size at most, it's hail nonetheless, and that can do damage to cars on I-10 around the Bernie, Fair Oaks Ranch, Scenic Oaks area. So that's what radar is estimating. We'll get more info on that, but right now radar in Bernie, I-10, and while hail is a threat, nickel size hail, it looks like strong gusty winds upwards of 60 miles an hour is also a main threat as this storm down and drifts farther south into San Antonio. Okay, so backtrack. Go back to advisories right here, and there we go. Bexar County, Hill Country region, while they're done with the rain, it's mostly for San Antonio up I-35, east of 35 for the next 2 hours for this severe storm watch. It's in effect until 10 p.m. However, the main time window for San Antonio is between now and about 8:30, 8:45. I would say after 9 p.m., this line is moving. We are done. We are wrapping up with the rain for this evening. It's going to be a quick line. Here's the radar. We looked at hail tracker. The only hail now is around Bernie. That's a P2 nickel size hail. It's not severe, but again, it's hail nonetheless. And zooming in on the particular activity near Georgetown, a tornado warning. And this does stretch all the way down towards Johnson City and Blanco County. Now, for our local viewing area around the SA Metro, Fair Oaks Ranch, west of Hondo towards Bandera. Highway 90 seeing some pretty good rain. We'll start from west to east. So Castroville, Lytle, Hondo, which, by the way, a lot of our viewers in Castroville actually reported some wind gusts of very high, and we're looking at gusty winds in that local area for at least 50 miles an hour. So Hondo, Highway 90 into Lake Hills, into Bandera, some heavy rainfall between there and Bernie. An additional cell has formed over Bandera with the initial line actually now moving farther east. Rain is now moving into northern San Antonio, Scenic Oaks, Cross Mountain, Fair Oaks Ranch, all seeing some pretty heavy rain right now. Now, this is moving farther east, right? So has that easterly track. So I'll actually put the arrows on right here. So again, this line is propagating farther east, and we have additional development on the back side of this line, Old County, so we have more rain on the way. So San Antonio, it's extreme north side. So Fair Oaks Ranch into maybe Timber Park. The rain is now moving in. Let's erase that and actually zoom in and show you what we got. Timberwood Park, right there, right? So Fair Oaks Ranch, Bulverde, Cross Mountain. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain now move in. Gray Forest, Helotes kind of on the outer edge of things, but it's moving in your direction. More of that light to moderate rain at this point in time. Chavano Park, Hollywood Park, Oakland Estates, all dry with the main line of severe weather, mostly lining in east of I-35. East moving towards I-35, I should say. But again, we've seen lots of reports north of Austin, towards Waco, towards Dallas of numerous tornado and straight line damaging wind reports. Not so much here in San Antonio. You can see now it's finally moving into our area. We'll keep the loop on right here, and you'll see Fair Oaks Ranch just outside of Bandera, and then an additional line has started to form over Medina County and Medina Lake, right? So that's the main line for heavy rain. Also, hail tracker is showing what we have, and while we did see a pocket of very small to moderately sized hail in Bernie, hail tracker is saying it's gone. That particular cell is starting to weaken, and we will see what it has to do, at least. So if you look closely, right south of I-10 is that little pocket right there near Texas 46 and near Highway 87 is where we're seeing that very small pocket of very small hail, up to pea size.
Yeah, that's right behind the Home Depot and the Chili's.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So, and that's not considered severe, but again, it's hail nonetheless, right? So the thing is, it may be pea-sized hail, but hail can still do damage in very small chunks. So again, only hail we're seeing in our local viewing areas right outside of the Bernie area along I-10 west of Highway 87 is where we're picking up on some hail at this point in time. So that's hail tracker. We've talked about velocity. You can see right on that last frame outside of our area, tornado warnings north of Austin. That's east of I-35. And velocity, Fredericksburg, seeing some gusty winds with that last cell, but it's mainly along that dividing line, that leading edge of storm activity where the straight line damaging wind threat continues. All right, say hi to viewers on KENS 5 Plus. 4,000 outages, wow, in San Antonio. Visit KENS5.com for more. So we have power outages reported. As a matter of fact, if we go to on CPS Power, we can actually take a look at some of the data and some of the reports being picked up on CPS. Let me take down the super and actually explore that. So we have heavy rain moving into northwestern San Antonio. Fair Oaks Ranch now seeing some storms move into that region. And if I take a look at, here's the CPS Power outage map. If I zoom in, I know a lot of folks are watching from Bernie, right? So Bernie's seeing a lot of storms, right? Fair Oaks Ranch, and if you look closely, we are seeing some reports in that area on our CPS Power outage map. Right there. It's hard to, customers affected, 10 just north and east of I-10. We also have another pocket of power outages that's affecting about 1,200 customers. That is north of, it looks like outside of 1604 and west of I-10. So again, visit the CPS power outage map if you wanted to know more about that, but we'll get back to radar and kind of see what's happening. But again, that's the CPS power outage map. We're already seeing some power outages in the northwestern part of the viewing area. And we'll go back to radar right here. There we go. So again, damaging wind gusts. That's been probably the main threat with some of these storms. We've had reports of hail in the last 30 minutes out near Bernie. But again, it looks like this will be mostly a damaging wind gust threat as it moves towards I-35 and into northern San Antonio. And right now, if you look at velocity, this is incredible. Make sure. Let's see. Damaging winds, right? So, and if I do the query tool, you'll see northern San Antonio, which, like, before we get to that, let's actually go to the dividing line, the leading edge of storm. So you can see between Austin, northern San Antonio, Canyon Lake, into Medina County and northern Bexar County, that's where the leading edge of storms is. And right at that line, right at the leading edge that's moving into Canyon Lake, into 281, into Helotes, that's where we're seeing the highest threat for damaging wind. So let's go back to velocity and show you. This is just showing you the wind speeds and direction at the surface. Now, when you look at colors, red is moving away from the radar, green is moving towards the radar. Now, along that leading edge between 1604, Canyon Lake especially, and east of Blanco and east of 281, that's where we're seeing some wind gusts of, let's say, 60 miles an hour. And these are estimates, right? So this is the radar estimating the wind speeds along that leading edge. So around Blanco County, west of I-35, Buda, and west of Austin, along that leading edge, once again, some radar estimates 50 to 60, even up to 72 miles an hour, just north of Canyon Lake. Not going to be everywhere, right? But that's velocity telling us that this is a pretty strong, severe line of storms that is now moving closer to Canyon Lake and ultimately I-35 in the next half hour. Debris tracker, that's going to be for rotation. We'll see. We'll show you that a little later. These are some of the reports from earlier this morning, right? We've seen, from 2 to 5 a.m. pre-dawn, a lot of hail reports. And that's also accounting for some earlier this evening, but it was mainly around the Kerrville and Gillespie County, Fredericksburg area that some of these reports have been called in. And here are some of the severe weather threats. And item 81 on vMix. Cool, awesome. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so we have some hail video, and let me keep the radar loop on for right now so I can show you guys some of this hail video that was sent in from the Bernie and Hill Country area. And if you have any video or photos, guys, feel free to send them in. You can do that through our KENS 5 app or even on Facebook through any of our social media platforms as well. And as a matter of fact, let's actually switch up my shot. There we go. Severe storm warning for Bexar County until 8:45 tonight. So this is in prep for that storm, that line, that leading edge, now moving into northwestern San Antonio. Let me put on sweeping radar to show you a better look at it, because that other radar doesn't do it justice. So I would say the most thing we're concerned about, so northern San Antonio, Timberwood Park 281, getting a lot of rain right now. Now moving out of Bernie, outside of I-10. Now, if you look closely, just west of Helotes, an additional cell has formed, and that has an easterly movement, an easterly track. This is generating some lightning, and I'll actually save this time. I'll save this camera frame, and I'll go to hail tracker. Now, we did see reports of hail, which I'll show you the video we received into us in just a bit. Now, hail tracker, while it was a little busy as it moved through Bernie, that cell that's west of San Antonio that's going to impact us in the next half hour or so, it's not generating a lot of hail, right? If not any, right? So you can see right here, if you look now near Bernie, towards the 7:15 hour, right there around 7:30, all rain moved through Bernie, a hail-producing storm. Now it's moving out. But as I go into right now, it's 7:42, the timestamp is in the upper right-hand corner. We're not seeing any hail in the cell that's moving outside of Hondo towards Castroville and ultimately towards San Antonio. So this right here, Mostly just a very strong storm, lightning, heavy rain. But let's see what kind of wind speeds that's producing, because that can also be an effect and a threat for San Antonio. So let's go to wind speeds. Here's velocity. We'll actually go down into Medina County. So you saw on reflectivity the heavy rain. In addition to that, gusty winds. And wind speeds are picking up on 39, 38, 44 miles an hour on Highway 90. So it's gusty, it's windy near Castroville. That rain is moving in your direction, Castroville, and it's going to enter the west side of Bexar County likely in the next 5 to 10 minutes. It's going to be a fast mover and generate a lot of lightning, rain. Hail is not being picked up just yet on the cell. That's over Castroville, but it is generating wind speeds of upwards 40, 45 miles an hour. Something to keep in mind. All right, so back to radar, back to hail tracker. Not picking up on anything. We saw a hail core move through Bernie around the 7:30 hour, and now that's dissipated on approach towards 281. Rain towards northern San Antonio. Hail tracker not seeing anything at this point in time. It's almost 7:45 at night. So one more look at radar before we go to the video that we just received in. So severe storm warning until 8:45 for Bexar County. Timberwood Park seeing some good heavy rain. And at this point in time, it's just that, right? Just heavy rain, lightning, east of Hondo. But this cell right here, while this one's affecting northern San Antonio, the one out to the west, this one will be the storm that pretty much impacts the entire Bexar County region, right? So heads up for Von Ormy, Leon Valley, Helotes, Castroville already seeing the brunt of this rain at this hour, and this will move through downtown SA probably in the next 15 minutes. These are quick moving cells that'll sweep across Bexar County in the next 10 to 15 to 30 minutes. Okay, so we'll leave it on our radar loop right now. Take off that, and we'll upload the video. Let's see.
Sitting there at number 81 for you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, I got it locked in. I should loop that right here, and we are good to go. Okay, we are back, everybody. We are live, and we're tracking these storms as they're entering outside of Hondo, right? So down Highway 90 into western Bexar County, that's where the cell we're most concerned about for San Antonio. North and northeast sides of San Antonio seeing some pretty good rain. Gusty winds as well, which, by the way, we'll look at wind speeds in just a bit. But first, so these storms, biggest concern as they moved down from the hill country towards San Antonio, likely just some small hail, but mostly gusty straight line winds. We've seen wind gusts and wind reports and wind estimates on radar of 60 to 70 miles an hour. With that being said, earlier this evening at about 7:30, storm moved through, and take a look at some of this video let's see if it's full screen, and then right here, guys, this is video out in Bernie, and it looks like from what the Weather Service has picked up, this is some, wow, heavy rain, and it looks like hail size up to about quarter, if not around nickel size, so that's up in motion about 7:30. We're going to keep it moving for a little while longer. And lots of lightning, lots of thunder earlier this evening, about 20 minutes ago out in Bernie. This was sent to me about 15 minutes ago. But again, that's video from Bernie, and that's rain, also hail, something in your pool. It looks like that's pretty large, right? Hail tracker, you're looking at about, let's say, quarter to maybe nickel. And that is confirming that just around Bernie and just outside of Ike. So that was from earlier this evening around the 7:30 hour. Back to radar. So we're keeping an eye on these storms. Wow. So severe storm warning in effect for County until 8:45. So for the next hour, we'll be on here. We'll be watching these storms. We'll likely go on and off, but we'll always keep the radar on. And main concerns we're looking at. Of course, we saw that hail video out in Bernie, but notice Bernie, it is dry, and the cell that's to the south. So if you're watching from Bernie, if you look south, you'll probably see a lot of flashing that's moving in your direction. It's actually moving due east. So if you're done with the rain, you may see a lingering shower. You could see one that's just to your north, impact you in the next half hour, but that's not the line we're most concerned about. The line we're most concerned about is the one that's lining up I-35, but just outside of it is a broken area that's kind of detached from the main line. And it's this one right here, producing a lot of lightning over Castroville, moving outside of Hondo, north of Devine, and outside of Helotes. As a matter of fact, if you're watching from Helotes, rain's moving in. If you're watching from outside of the 410 loop, rain's moving in. Castroville right there zooming in. That severe thunderstorm warning arrow of Bexar County because of this cell right here. It's a very large cell idle, I-35, towards northeastern portions of Bandera. So I'll put a tracker on this, see what I can do. Let's see, so it's 749, 70. It's interesting because that cell didn't start to pop up until about 7:15 over Hondo, right? And then now it's starting to enter western portions of Bexar County. Severe storm warning, Bexar, Comal, Guadalupe until 8:45. Yes, so we can see that right there. As you can see, anything that's shaded in yellow is indicating from the Weather Service a severe storm, pretty much all of San Antonio, up I-35 towards Austin. Right, those are severe warnings. So meaning conditions are imminent. Now moving through, take shelter, be inside because the winds are. And while hail tracker is not picking up on anything at this border-sized hail, is always a possibility because these storms, they can pop off. Far northern San Antonio, you can see that kind of pocket, that dividing line right between Timberwood Park and Scenic Oaks. Not much, but the thing is, that's separated from the main line. Canyon Lake all up into I-35 towards Austin, seeing that main line, but detached from that is another moving east. And let's see if I can actually do something real quick. All right, let's see. Volume slice. Here it is. Right here. So if I time this out, these storms have been moving at 20 to 30 miles an hour. They've been quick. So here's just kind of an estimate at what to expect for tonight. So moving into Helotes in the next couple minutes, right? And again, these are fast-moving storms. This is the only one that's really going to impact us tonight, it looks like, with additional development possible to the south. But right now, this cell will be our main player for the next 20 minutes. Gray Forest at 7:55, Leon Valley at about 8:02, Wolf Stadium 8:03, Chavano Park 8:07, Castle Hills around 8:11, so the 410 area, and then downtown SA around 8:14. So finally, San Antonio is going to get some rain, and the last 2 to 3 hours since we've been tracking these storms, they've been mostly hill country regions and cities that's been impacted. But now, this line has developed a pretty large thunderstorm. While it's not technically severe, the Weather Service still issued a severe storm warning for Bexar County, meaning two things are possible: quarter-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 58 miles an hour. Now, that's just the area for a severe storm warning. Will that be everywhere? Probably. It looks like the cell that's going to move through San Antonio in the next 10 to 20 minutes likely just some heavy, moderate rain with some lightning. So prepare for that, especially in these areas that are listed to my left, my right. Gray Forest 755, Wolf Stadium 803, Castle Hills 811. So that's what we're expecting in the next half hour as this one cell sweeps across Bexar County. Okay, so, and we've been talking about two threats with a severe warning, winds and hail. Right now, no rotation with this cell. That's the good news. We're keeping a close eye on that. And hail tracker. Let's see if it's producing any hail. Look like it. We saw a pocket of hail move through Bernie. We got some video of that. We'll show you that again if you're just joining us in just a bit. But also, let's see, where's my velocity? Velocity, there we go. Okay, so again, main threats, gusty winds and some hail. But hail tracker, with that cell that's about to move through San Antonio, it didn't show anything. Now, for hail, not a problem. However, for gusty winds, doesn't look too bad. You know, with these lines that have been moving through the hill country and in central Texas from earlier this evening, they've been producing wind gusts of 60, 70 miles an hour. But from what I can velocity right now, it's mostly just gusty winds, especially near Lytle, Castroville. Look at that. So winds around 25, 40 miles an hour. These are occasional wind gusts just outside of Castroville. That's 36. Outside of Helotes, a little breezy, 29 miles an hour. Near eastern Bandera County, northern portions of Bexar County, near Timberwood Park, 40 miles an hour as that storm actually moves out of your region from northern Bexar County. And behind it near Lake Hills, not too bad, 20 to 30 mile an hour winds between Lytle, western Bexar County, into Bandera and Kendall County as well. So wind speeds, not a problem. Hail doesn't look like it's a huge concern. We did see a pocket of hail move through Bernie, but right now, too bad. Rewinding it back. So those are the two main threats at this point in time. We're not seeing much pop up on radar and regarding winds. Earlier this evening we did with daytime heat, but temperatures are cool down, and these storms in our local viewing area aren't exactly extremely potent. So we'll keep it on this particular screen for a little while longer. Let's make this full screen. So from Somerset, dry, but to Castroville and Lytle, heavy rain, especially on the western half of 410. Leon Valley, severe warning in effect until 8:45. That's including San Antonio and all the metro area as this cell moves farther east. This will be a track cell. While it is not severe from what I can see, the Weather Service still has a severe warning in effect until 8:05. Will it be gusty at times? Yes, as it moves through Bexar County. Will there heavy rain? Yes. Lightning? Yes. Hail, we're not seeing much. The hail core that was present an hour ago, that's dissipated. And right now, heavy rain, visibility, lightning is the main threat, along with the occasional gust near 40 miles an hour. But as you saw in velocity, not a huge concern. Backtracking to hail, I mean, earlier around 7:30, we saw that pocket move through Bernie. What's gone? Now it's dissipated. Some of these storms that are branching off from the main line are relatively weak. And I'll put myself back on screen right here. Perfect. And again, hail is not a problem. Doesn't look like it's a huge concern. Is it breezy? But in San Antonio as a whole, gusty winds near 3 miles an hour, the most likely scenario as these rainstorms move through in the next half hour to hour through 8:45 and 9 p.m. But after that, we're clear and we're done. So we'll do one last look at radar. We'll go into the forecast. We'll show you future casts and the models and all that. Again, as of right now, the main concern is western San Antonio, Helotes, and outside of 1604. So if I zoom in, right, if I go from Cross Mountain to Chavano Park, so Chavano Park right now just light rain, but if you move towards the rim, towards Lock and Terrace, Six Flags, you're picking up on that more moderate to heavy. Farther west you go, on 1604 towards Helotes, toward heavy rain. Oakland Estates, same thing. Road to wet spot right now towards the west, outside of 410 and 1604, and Highway 90, Castroville, and Valley High and Lackland Air Force Base. That's where the most heaviest pocket of rain is at this hour. Is it producing hail? No. As of right now, it is not producing hail. We're going to keep an eye on it as it tracks across San Antonio. The only hail we've picked up in the last hour was in Bernie about 30 minutes ago, and that hail core has dissipated. A separate cell, a part of the main line of storms that is now moving through. This particular cell was branched off and now is moving through San Antonio. Okay, so let's see. Storm ready. Cool. Perfect. So reports winds are picking up, especially in the Schertz area. I-35, that's going to be ahead of this line. But if you're in Schertz and Converse, I'll actually zoom out. And this is a separate line, right? So the main line is stretching from Schertz all the way up into Dallas, Fort Worth, and Northeast Texas. You can look, that's incredible. And this line is very violent. That's producing tornadoes north of Austin and north of Georgetown, between there and Waco. But on our right, we're kind of on the tail end of energy. And storms are popping up in Atascosa County, San Antonio, Western Bexar County, which again, to reiterate, San Antonio in a severe storm warning until 8:45. What does that mean? Heavy rain, main threat, lightning. But when we're in a severe warning, the Weather Service says possibly there's a low chance at some quarter-size hail to maybe strong straight-line winds up to 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour. Now, that's a possibility. However, from what I'm seeing right now, from downtown SA to Helotes to southwestern Bexar County to Castroville, it's mostly just heavy rain, lightning, and as that line kind of moves through, right, that leading edge of storm. Now, I say that because on Hail Tracker, if you've been with us for the last hour or two now, although we checked it we're checking it now at 7:59, it's almost 8 o'clock. We are picking up on core just outside of Castroville. And remember, this cell is moving into downtown San Antonio right now. It's outside of Von Ormy. So we are picking up on a very small hail core that's generating P2 nickel size hail. Now, to be considered severe criteria is quarter size hail or larger. So for it to be severe and do really bad damage, it needs to be into those blue colors, quarter-size hail. Now, it's only the gray, so this is very small hail on the windy, northwest of Von Ormy and outside of 1605. This is, if I zoom in, this is a cool part of our, this is right off highway, but if I can zoom in, right, if I can zoom, it's hard to see that text. It is hard, is that Montgomery? It's hard to see those roads right there, but that's the hail core, right? So Highway 90, right there, that's high, and that is, let's see, John Road right there. Yeah, it's really difficult to see, but anyway, Beetle and Lackland Air Force Base is a very small hail core. There's Wolf Stadium to the right of your screen, right? That's the the storm that, yes, is generating rain, but very small hail. We'll go back to sweeping radar, and you can actually see time, right? So the pink reflectivity are the higher storm heights, probably up to 30 to 40,000 feet. As a matter of fact, as I zoom out, and if you're just joining us, heavy rain in Devine, heavier pockets of rain now forming in southern and central Atascosa County, southwest of Pleasanton. These are moving farther east, so likely going to miss Pleasanton, but if you're in Campbellton and north of Tilden and traveling on I-37 next half hour, those cells are separated, but they're moving to heaven in southeastern Atascosa County. Now, storm warnings have been extended into Wilson County, towards Seguin, towards Smithsville. And highway, heads up, if you are traveling down I-10 in the next half of your family, traveling down I-10 towards the Houston, towards Seguin, towards Gonzales, these storms are going to move in that direction, which is why I-10 should be avoided for the next hour to 2 hours, if not all tonight, because these storms are just going to get stronger on approach to Houston. They're going to enter a more favorable environment in the next couple hours. So back to the cell in San Antonio. So reflectivity is pink. Highway 90, which again you just saw on the hail tracker, highest hail between Helotes, downtown San Antonio, and Vaughn, southern side of Bexar County and near Somerset, right? So if I do, when we talk about hailstorms, we're talking about storm heights upward to 40 to 50,000 feet. And then if you look at this, I need to fix the camera angle. But I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. Let's see if I can switch this around, guys. Bear with me. Properties. Let's see. Let's switch the camera angle. I mean, this is the capability of our Max weather system. It's really cool. So you'll notice between western San Antonio towards downtown, this cell has a max storm height of 40 to 45,000 feet. Which, if hail is being forming, it's going to be in that pink hail core, right? That's reaching upwards of 20 to 40,000 feet. Rain has to reach a surface to, freeze, right? To form that hail. That hail core is present in San Antonio. It's going to be on the west side, and right now it's only forming pea-sized hail. We'll have to track it as it moves towards downtown and towards the east side. But right now, main threats with this particular cell: heavy rain, lightning, strong gusty winds, and pea-sized hail. As of right now, it's 8:04 p.m. on this Thursday evening. It's the west side of San Antonio that is seeing the brunt of this particular storm right here. So again, just heavy rain, I would say by and large. The severe warning still in effect until 8. Let's backtrack and show you Hill Country Village, Timberwood Park, I-35. I have some family insurance, and they're getting in on some action right now. They've told me that it's very gusty over there. The leading edge of rain is pretty strong and pretty gusty as well. Small hail reports from far west San Antonio. Yeah, so that makes sense because, again, on Hail Tracker, we've been keeping a close eye right there. And the station, we're near the North Star Mall, so we're like on 410 near Castle Hills. So again, if you're watching from southwest to west side of San Antonio between Lackland Air Force Base, Keelan Heights, that's where we're picking up on some hail, right? We've already seen reports of hail in Bernie, now more reports in southwest Bexar County. Correct.
Coming down in buckets right now, and we're getting some hail pellets outside.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, so getting some hail pellets outside, but again, not on the large size, right? You can see between Valley High, Keelan Heights, Wolf Stadium, this is the hail tracker. This is just kind of disregarding the reflectivity and focusing on the hail core itself. And the hail core itself is mostly up to 40 to 50,000 feet. Now, to get ping pong golf ball size hail, you need to see storm heights of 60, 70,000 feet, and we're just not seeing that. Our atmosphere is conducive. It's favorable for some rain and for some hail, but right now what we're seeing, and if you want, feel free to send your photos and videos to Ken's 5. We can feature them tonight, but right now, from what we're seeing on radar, hail tracker is picking up on mostly pea-sized hail along Highway 90 into central and western San Antonio, between Palo Alto, Columbia Heights, Valley High, Lackland Air Force Base is where this hail core is most abundant, and this actually just updated, right? So now it's moving towards Wolf Stadium and Columbia Heights and towards the Alamo Dome. And again, to be considered severe, this needs to be quarter size or greater. So the good news is, yes, we're seeing good heavy rain. However, this hail core is limited to 40 to 50,000 feet, meaning it's only producing very small to moderately sized hail, pea-sized hail. And yeah, I would say between, let's say, Columbia Heights and Highway 90, you can pick up on these lighter shades of gray, which may be trending towards more nickel-sized hail. And that's near, let's say, 36th Street, Highway 90, south of Castroville Road. There's Wolf Stadium. Again, this pocket is indicating the hail core. And right now, the largest hail out there in San Antonio, it's 807. It's mostly pea-sized hail. Southwest of downtown, this is between Highway 90 and I-35. Terrell Wells, just for Palo Alto, on this particular look at radar, seeing maybe some very small hail as well. But the hail core is being I-35 southwest of downtown San Antonio. So that is a look at the hail tracker. Now back to radar, and we're seeing a pretty good amount of rain widespread across Bexar County. The severe continues for Bexar County until 8:45. I would likely imagine to see this extend, especially for our eastern counties. And that watch is in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. But again, this activity is sweeping and racing across San Antonio. If you're watching from Floresville, give it about a half an hour. It's moving in your direction towards Seguin, towards I-35 is lighting up rain right now. It's coming down in buckets outside our studios right now. Let me just get some water. So yeah, we're seeing some reports of some pretty small hail right now, but hail nonetheless. So feel free to send those photos, those videos in. That'd be fantastic. When we have videos and photos, that just kind of confirms what's out there. We're seeing it on radar. These are radar estimates like gusty winds, hail. These are estimates on the radar, but to see them real time in video and photo, it helps a lot with tracking these storms as they move through San Antonio. Small reports of hail on the west side. Lackland Air Force Base, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, I believe it. So let's take a look at radar, right? Numerous showers, storms moving through San Antonio as we speak. And again, right now, you know, from what we see, we've been watching and monitoring from these storms earlier tonight, has been, of course, hail, very small, Bernie, western San Antonio, P2 nickel-size hail, some pockets of quarter-size hail, but really hasn't been a huge concern. But hail is out there nonetheless. But also gusty winds, Hollywood Park, north side of San Antonio. We're seeing reports of wind gusts upwards of 60 miles an hour. And that is severe weather criteria, which is why the Weather Service has issued the warning until 8:45 tonight. So this is velocity. Take a look. The green pockets, they're heading towards the radar from the radar. The radar site is in New Braunfels. I-35, dividing line where you're seeing the red and green gradient. Now the good news, no rotation, velocity with storm cells and supercells as they move across Texas. And if we see couplets, if we see red and green coming together, that's some rotation. We're not seeing that. Good news. However, another component to severe weather is damaging straight line winds. And you'll notice northern San Antonio, between I-10, Stone Oak, Timberwood Park, and around the 1604-281 crossover, we're seeing wind estimates on velocity. This is the radar estimating of 34 miles an hour. Wood Park, 44 miles an hour. Again, that's an estimate. Downtown SA, where that other cell is kind of moving through. 17 miles an hour. Don't pay too close attention to the negative. Out near Bernie, that's just an occasional wind gust out near Bernie. Canyon Lake near 38 to 40 miles an hour. That's along that leading edge of the main line that's now crossing over I-35. So again, those are velocity estimates on radar. Just another component to the radar we could take a look at. We could take a look at reflectivity, hail tracker, velocity, debris tracker, precip rates. As a matter of fact, before we go back to radar, show you how heavy some of these storms are. So before we go back to radar, you see the rain that's falling is incredible. It's pretty heavy, right? So you can see outside of 410, rainfall rates near 1 to 2 inches per hour. And then, but again, that's per hour. So the fact is the line is moving fast. If it were to sit over in one region for 1 hour, it would produce 2 to 2.5 inches of rain. But the thing is, it's moving quick. It'll drop upwards of 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch. And that's pretty much it for these rainfall rates. And we'll get more estimates on rain after these lines and storms move through. Nickel-size hail near SeaWorld. Yeah, I believe it. Let's go back to hail tracker. So that was velocity. We're seeing wind reports upwards of 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's on the north side and also on the southwest side. We'll go back to sweeping radar and see what we have. So it is very busy. Again, the severe warning in effect until 8:45. Between Kyle, New Braunfels, San Marcos, I mean, you can see I-35 is just busy with a ton of lightning, severe warnings in effect. And you can see just near Cameron, north of Rockdale, and east of Round Rock and moving outside of I-35. That's a tornado warning, but outside of our viewing area. But it just shows you how violent this line can be, so you have to be very careful and wary about how it moves through San Antonio. But right now, Bexar County seeing a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning. We've seen reports, and we're getting reports of wind gusts up to 50 to 60 miles an hour. Radar is confirming that, especially on the north side, around 40 to 50 miles an hour, and even some small hail. Now again, hail, for it to be considered severe, according to the Weather Service, quarter size or larger. Late last night, this morning, we saw softball size hail. It was extremely large. We got a lot of photos in of that in quarter size hail. Now, zooming in, we also now have a hail core, so it's 813, and now a small hail core that was moving through Highway 90 and near Wolf Stadium earlier in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Now it's moving through downtown SA. And you'll see the Alamo Dome right here, Columbia Heights, AT&T Center. This is indicating where the hail core is at. So we had reflectivity on, but now here's the hail core. Pea-sized hail between I-35 and I-37. There is the Alamo Dome. There is the AT&T Center. And of course, you know, if you're from San Antonio, this is a very busy area. It is not in Alamo Heights. That's what the radar is estimating right now. If you're driving down South 281 towards UIW, Trinity, towards the zoo, the San Antonio Zoo, towards I-35, toward the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, downtown SA, that's where we're looking at the potential. And you can see on Hail Tracker the core of pea-sized hail.
Yeah, pea-size. We got some nickel size at SeaWorld.
SeaWorld, okay.
We got some wind gusts at Lackland, 60
miles. Oh wow, that's
60 mile per hour. That's been the best so far.
Yeah, I've been looking at velocity, 40 to 50 on the north side, but 60 near Lackland. Yeah, incredible. And then
Gate to gate, but just good wind speeds.
yeah, damaging wind gusts. Yeah, but again, there's the hail core between the Alamo Dome, Columbia Heights, and Palo Alto, Columbia Heights, and near the AT&T Center. This is a pretty large hail core that's generating a lot of lightning, a lot of rainfall. And the main threat at this point in time, it's 8:14, is hail. That's right now, right? So lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning, cloud-to-cloud lightning as well. But also hail is the main threat in this particular storm as it sweeps across San Antonio. So again, severe warning until 8:45. That is going to be until 9 o'clock for our far eastern counties. So Seguin, eastern San Antonio, Floresville, Wilson County, Guadalupe County, and towards Gonzales, and likely all the way farther east into Houston. This is going to be the trend going forward for all evening long with this particular storm. All right, I haven't been on Facebook. Let me get on and see if I can answer any questions. But that is the look at radar as of right now, 8:15 p.m. on this Thursday night. I'll keep the loop on. And but again, we have also additional cell activity towards the south, Atascosa County, Pleasanton, I-37. Towards Tilden, we have more rain and storming up on the south side of this line that is stretching all over the county. Okay, so between New Braunfels and Seguin, yeah, we've seen wind gusts on the northeast side, 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's ahead of this line, right? Now the line's crossing over, but it's still going to be gusty. But the gustiest part of this line is that leading rain as it races across wherever you're at. Crazy strong winds by HEB warehouses. Rain in Castroville, moving out of Castroville, but lingering cells are firing off on I-37, southern Atascosa County. You can see as I zoom in, I'm kind of zoomed out. But San Antonio's seeing a lot of activity right now. Bexar County seeing a lot of lightning, heavy rain. We saw that nickel-sized hail is being picked up, not quarter-sized hail, but all to medium-sized hail in downtown San Antonio as next 30 minutes or less. Ashley, hail hour 10. Yeah, I also have a hail report. I'll show you guys in just a bit. But yeah, feel free to send in your photos, your videos to Ken's 5 tonight at 10 o'clock. But right now we're just tracking storms. But yeah, we're getting a lot of reports of hail. We had some in Bernie, had some outside of Castroville, had some on the west side around the 10:05 frame, right, about 10 minutes ago. Now we're getting more hail outside of the San Antonio, getting some good rain and just some small to mediums. Again, hail tracker is saying maybe up to pea size, but we'll double check. So that was radar again. If you're just joining us, we're just looking at rain, hail tracker, and velocity. But here's hail. Chore has decreased in size. Earlier in the last 5 minutes, it was a lot more. It was a lot larger. Now, Alamo Dome, AT&T Center south of Windcrest, crossing over the other side of 410. 410. So, and if you look closely, like this, Kirby, outside of Kirby, is a pocket of very small hail, being pea-size hail. But if you look closely, some blue is popping up. That is going to be nickel to maybe quarter-size hail south of Kirby 10 and east of 410. And again, if you have any photos, feel free to email them to news@kens5.com or text to 210-366-00. Say it again. We're getting reports. We've been getting of gusty, damaging winds, 40, 50, 60 miles. A lot of rain, but also some hail, especially reports from that around the 7:45 hour, 7:30 hour. Had some reports of hail on the west side. Now we're getting more reports in San Antonio. Now that hail core is propagating farther east, actually growing in size. Last minute, 8:17, it was very small, that blue pocket. Now it's larger. Between Kirby crossing over to I-10 to China and over Highway 87 and I-10, that's where this hail core is producing pea-sized hail. But now the blue is again picked up in this hail. But once again, just to reiterate, if you have any video, photos, feel free. News@kens5.com, or text to 210-366-0020. Either way, either or. So again, we're here in the studio tracking these storms. Drought's pretty bad. It's extreme to exceptional. We need beneficial rain. Severe size, severe nature of these thunderstorms. With that being said, this storm is producing hail up to pea to nickel and maybe quarter size along I-10 on the north and east side of San Antonio, which is why the Weather Service has the severe warning in effect until 5. They've extended it likely until 9 o'clock, but that's mostly for us. This is why. Gusty winds, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, lightning, but more importantly, hail size, right? So that's what we're looking at. And the legend is in the, actually make that zoomed in right there. And it just updated. So the hail core is actually decreasing in strength. So that's the good news. Along I-10, pretty much directly over I-10 is where the hail core is. And mostly just very, very small hail, but there's a pocket along I-10, Interstate 10, that is generating up to nickel to quarter size hail. That's hail tracker. All right. What's the number to send the pictures to? Yeah, absolutely, Samantha. Absolutely. So if you have photos, if you have video of hail, gusty winds, it helps us immensely when tracking these storms because we're in studio. We're just tracking them. But when you send in your photos and videos, it helps a lot. So email is news, N-E-W-S, news@kens5.com. You can email your photos or video to that. Let me actually zoom out and loop this. Perfect. So the severe warning goes into effect until 9 o'clock. But this is the last line of storms. And after 9 p.m., San Antonio will be quiet. In the meantime, central and eastern San Antonio is seeing most of the action right now, crossing over I-35, Seguin, Schertz, New Braunfels, etc. So again, email if you have photos or video, news@kens5.com, or text to 210-366-0020. Either avenue you take to give us your video, give us your photos, that would help immensely. Bill will be doing the 10 o'clock show tonight. Bill Taylor will be here. I'm doing digital weather until these storms roll through. But again, still feel free to send in your photos. We had video from earlier, which I have over here, but I I see basketball video.
Okay, so
What's up?
Class 5A girls basketball semifinal is going on right now involving Wagner
Wow.
and another team from out of town. I forget, but they have a leak at the Alamo Dome.
Wow.
They're having to deal with a rain delay inside the Alamo Dome right now.
I need to show you guys this.
This is from Vinny Vanzetta.
Vinny Vanzetta. Game happening inside the Alamo Dome. There's leaking. Rain's actually creeping into the Alamo Dome as we speak. That is incredible. Is that in the RVR?
That is just playing out of Twitter right now, so you can go to your screen capture.
Yeah. Let me see. Hold on, guys. Let me see. Can you go to screen cap? I can't. Yeah, if not, download it. Or is that possible? No, probably. But anyway, guys, yeah. Yeah, let me know, Greg. Our digital team working effortlessly to give you guys the weather as well, stay up to date. But yeah, so we're getting video in from the Alamo Dome basketball game happening at the Alamo Dome, and there's leaking happening. There's water creeping into the Alamo Dome. You got it? Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. 1 second, guys. This is crazy. Okay, so fade. And again, this is a basketball game happening right now, or was the last half hour. And let me take off the super so you guys can see full screen. But that is water leaking into the Alamo Dome. Basketball game put on hold because of water leaking in from the Alamo Dome's roof. And that's because of the heavy rain. And, you know, that pocket of hail actually crossed over the Alamo Dome. It was small, right? It was only pea to nickel size hail, but it was heavy. I mean, it was heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and now that game is canceled or postponed until further notice, until they can get that fixed. But we'll get more information to you, but that's what's happening right now at the Alamo Dome. Rain leaking in. Very interesting stage at the Alamo Dome. Incredible, incredible. All right, so back to radar. So that was the Alamo Dome. So it just shows you what weather can do, right? It can do a lot. It can cause slowdowns and problems for our everyday life. All right, so back to radar. So we are looking at radar right now. So now exiting the northwest side, it is moving towards eastern San Antonio, towards Seguin, down I-10. The Weather Service has extended the warning, that yellow shaded polygon, basically going all the way to Gonzales to Floresville. But that's in prep for this particular line moving towards them. Now, our line will likely expire at 9 p.m., if not earlier than that. But right now, the heaviest rain is now moving through eastern San Antonio. I'll stop the clock. Schertz, St. Hedwig, I-10, eastern, southeastern Bexar County, seeing a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, etc. Now, southwestern San Antonio and Orme, outside of 1604, Southwest High School, south of Highway 90, and just south of Lackland Air Force Base, south of Highway 90, another pocket of rain drifting east-northeast. Now, the northwest side, well, got some good rain last half hour. Now it's moving out. So that's pretty much the last rain. You may see a lingering shower on the back side of this particular cell, like in Bernie. But the light to moderate rain is the most you'll see in Helotes in the next half hour. It's mostly eastern San Antonio, outside of Elmendorf, Lavernia, all seeing the brunt of this cell as it crosses over eastern San Antonio as we speak. And again, we've been getting reports of hail. So far, below the criteria for severe weather parameters. So we need quarter-size hail to be considered severe. Now, regardless, the Weather Service still has the severe warning in effect for Bexar County until 8 p.m., 9 p.m. rather. But so far, it's been small to medium-sized hail in San Antonio, downtown region, downtown area. Now the hail core has decreased in size, but it is still crossing over I-10 north of St. Hedwig, and that's only pea-sized hail.
19,048 homes and businesses without power across San Antonio.
Gotcha. I'll take a look at the CPS power outage. You have a lot of power outages being reported in San Antonio, over 19,000 of them because of this line of heavy rain, storm activity, lightning, you name it, and even hail, right? So the thing is, right, hail can be small. It can be pea to nickel size, but it's still hail, and that can still cause problems. That can still, knock down power lines if it's heavy enough, if it's abundant enough, right? So that's causing a problem. So over 19,000 power outages in San Antonio as of right now, getting that report in from our newsroom. Let's take a look. Let's take off that super and show you. This is the CPS power outage map. So if you can always go to this website yourself, but I have control over it here in our vMix studio here at KENS 5. As I zoom in right there, notice right there, if you can look, and it's hard to read, but right here on the southeast, over 188 customers affected. We have north of downtown, fewer than 5, which is not a lot. Not too far from that, over 1,400 customers affected. Where it looks like that's not too far from Highway 90, that's west of downtown. That's where some of the heavy rain and small to medium-sized hail was falling earlier around the 8:15, 8 o'clock hour. And what's cool about this, you actually have superimposed on the CPS power outage map is radar. So, I mean, obviously the most important thing is the streets and the power outages, but right now, which obviously the red, the darker shades of maroon and pink are heavier pockets of thunderstorm activity, which, by the way, right in the heart of the storm, north of I-10, north of St. Hedwig, and east of 410, pretty much near Windcrest, we're looking at over 2,400 customers affected. And again, this is all real-time data you can see on the CPS Power Outage Map website. You can always go to that as well. Near I-37, let's see, I-37, I-35, over 18 customers affected on the northeast side. 281 near Stone Oak, 05. So things are improving on the northwest side, but again, that's some of the activity we're seeing on the CPS Power Outage Map. Anytime storms roll through, we'll see that kind of action here in San Antonio. So we'll go back to Max Graphics, perfect, and we'll get ourselves situated. I had to go back to the computer to get that on. Let's turn on my super, perfect, and we are back in action. But again, guys, one more time, we've been kind of reiterating this. Heaviest rain on the east and northeast side right now. Let me go back to sweeping radar. Show you right now, Somerset, southwest, Von Orme, south of 1604, Somerset, and then Southwest High School. That's where it's really coming down on the south side of San Antonio. Additional development near Wilson County, Floresville. Pleasanton is quiet. However, south of Pleasanton, between there and Campbellton, and out near Christine, heavy rain, Stockdale, St. Hedwig, you name it. I mean, it's pretty heavy rain across this region. Let me move my chair. All right, perfect. Okay. All right, so let's see. So again, that's radar. Severe warning for our area until 9 p.m. So we'll see if that'll extend, but that's the current look at radar. Heaviest rain, southwest side of Bexar County, eastern side of San Antonio. Core is present on the east side, but mainly just small. It's not quarter to softball size from what we're seeing in the studio. But now, heavy rain knocking on the doorstep of Seguin for Shirts, New Braunfels, I-35, and again, this large line of storms that is racing across east, entering I-45. Dallas and Fort Worth, pretty hard by this line. They're under a level 4 out of 5 risk of severe. And from damaging winds to numerous tornado warnings in Fort Worth, things have been pretty active in North Texas. Back here at home, as you can see, traveling farther down that, the rain's pretty hectic. And Seguin now seeing brunts of it. It's moving into Seguin down I-10. Lingering storms developing on the southwest side of this line, and that's why southern sides of San Antonio is seeing the heaviest rain at this point in time, along with the far east side, but the north side towards the Rim, Helotes, Fair Oaks Ranch, you guys are pretty quiet at this hour. So if you're seeing lightning in your sky, if you're hearing thunder, it's mostly on the east and southeast side of San Antonio as of 8:32 p.m. Oh, cool. Yeah, all right, so more power outages. Let's see. I wish there was a cut button. So let's go back. No, it's all right. Greg Matthews, the digital genius over here in the KENS 5 studio. But anyway, yeah, so here are the power outages, guys. So again, you can always go to this website, but in the wake of these storms and as they propagate farther east to northeast, they leave damage in their wake. Not just hail damage or wind damage, but power damage too. Because when rainfall rates get upwards of 2 to 3 to 4 inches per hour, which by the way, some of these cells were reporting on radar. I mean, that's force, right? That can knock down in itself a lot of property, power lines. So rain, if it's heavy enough, and with these storms, it was likely, and now it's moving farther east. And the northwest side, it's quiet, but the east side of San Antonio and towards I-35, Schertz, New Braunfels, Seguin, Lavernia, all seeing that heavy rain. And that's what's great about this website, guys. You have the power outages, which you can click on each different icon, and it's superimposed on it is radar. So, I mean, you can see where the rain's the heaviest, where it's the most severe, and where it's not raining at all. But you can see lots of customers affected, lots of power outages in the wake of this storm, as now the main line is moving farther east of San Antonio. However, in the south side, we're seeing some additional development, kind of that back building thunderstorm action, which is why the Weather Service kind of still has this warning in effect until 8:45. I would not be surprised if they extend to at least 9 movers, and the northwest side dry of San Antonio side getting in on some action, some lightning, and farther east towards Nixon, Floresville, Karnes City, all seeing some pretty good rainfall, if not a little bit. All right, so we've been talking a lot about radar, so we'll do one more last loop of it, and then we'll actually go into the forecast because a lot of it is now moving out of northwest San Antonio, but now the south and east side is seeing a lot of the heaviest rain. As a matter of fact, that hail core is actually kind of decreasing in strength over Santa Clara, New Berlin, Lavernia. On the east side, Lavernia is kind of a small hail core, but it's only producing a very small. But if you're watching from Seguin, if you're watching from anywhere, these storms are tracking towards the east. Down I-10, rain, gusty winds, main threat, but pea-sized hail, mostly for Seguin as this storm continues to move into Seguin point in time. There's the radar, kind of a broader view of it. And notice how on the backside of this line, this main line that's developing and moving farther east, there's nothing. Rock Springs, Uvalde, Hondo, Del Rio, all quiet and going to be clear for the rest of the night. But if you're watching from Gonzales, from Seguin, Cuero, Victoria, more of this rain is heading in your direct east. Cold fronts do that. They swing in from the west and they from west to east. Before I go forth, and again, any photos, any videos you have, we would love 5 at 10. And again, when we're forecasting and we're kind of time, to have video, to have photos, because while we're in studio, just kind of watching these storms, to have data and real reports in. The Weather Service, they provide them, but people and everyone photos, it's invaluable. It really helps with tracking these storms because radar, but not necessarily happening in real time. We're not getting that. So if you have any wind damage, have any friends or family that have seen that earlier this evening in San Antonio, feel free to send that in. That's invaluable information for us here at KENS 5. So please, if you have any photos, videos of any damage, anything of that sort, please feel free to send them into news@kens5.com, NEWS news@kens5.com, or text any of your photos or your videos to 210-366-0020. I'll say that one more time, 210-366-0020. any photos, any videos of any damage, any hail video, any heavy rain video, any damaging wind video. Definitely helps us here in the KENS 5 Weather Center. Okay. So winds and hail were up to P to quarter size at times, but mostly below that criteria. We really haven't been using debris tracker all that much. Here are some of the hail severe weather reports actually. And the thing is, this is the last 24 hours. So let me adjust this and do the last 12 hours because that'd be a lot more helpful to see what's been happening this evening as opposed to late last night. Because if you're watching with us, if you kept up with us, we saw some hail reports, tennis ball size hail, late last night, early this morning, but we want to see what's happening this evening, so the last 24 hours. So let's do the last 12 hours. So that'd be from 8 p.m. this morning, and that should, because we didn't see much severe activity until 2 a.m. this morning, and then a lot of it moved out by sunrise. So there it is. I'll show you radar in just a bit, but here are some of the severe weather reports from earlier tonight, and what you're seeing, high winds and hail in northwestern Bexar County. So between SeaWorld and the north side, Stone Oak, SeaWorld, Rim area, Six Flags area up into Bernie, and even southeast of Bandera, that's where we're seeing, and that's where we saw, I guess I should say, the most reports on severe weather. So no flooding. Flooding was not a concern with the system because it's fast moving. We'll take a look at radar in just a bit. But high winds and hail, most widespread threat we've seen this evening. P to quarter size hail at most. As a matter of fact, I'll actually go back to that and let's see what this says. Okay, well, I have to actually go in and see, fix the camera angle and zoom in. Perfect. And there we go. Sometimes you gotta fix these weather graphics real time. All right. Let's see. Perfect. There. Now we go into the data set and then we click on this. So hail reports. This one was near Lackland Air Force Base. Reports of a ½ inch size hail. Wow. Okay. Now again, for it to be severe criteria, it's quarter size hail or larger. That's 1 inch in diameter or larger. So reports near Lackland of ½ inch size hail. That's still hail, nonetheless, that's still damaging. Wind damage of near Leon Valley. This is thunderstorm wind damage. The time of the report was 7:55, and time of report in Bexar County was 8:13, because there's one near Chavano Park and one in Helotes. That's there's numerous reports on this particular one. Okay, just making sure. Okay, let's rewind it back to radar, because I know a lot of folks want to know about that. Hail video in La Vita. Really? You have it? Okay, perfect. Take a look, guys. This is the video we have in La Vita from earlier this evening, about 20 minutes ago, and wow, I'll just let that play out. Downtown San Antonio, hail. That's P to quarter size hail right there. I mean, that's not, necessarily severe weather, but that is hail nonetheless. We're going to loop back that video, and wow. 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 And you can see, I mean, listen, right? That's hail hitting signs. That's hail hitting cars. That's hitting property, buildings. I mean, the hail makes, right? You know it. And wow, that's pretty large hail. That's P to quarter size hail right there. Wow. All right, busy in southeastern San Antonio. So there we go, perfect. Now, the largest pocket of very strong to severe is moving through downtown San Antonio. That piece what we're most concerned about is hail, and that's between Elmendorf and Almodome. And yeah, it's generating lightning. St. Hedwig, Highway 181. And there's additional pockets, to the south near Atascosa County, Pleasanton, Wilson County. Seeing some moderate to heavy rain at this hour. But we'll go back and kind of see, because that reflectivity pocket southeast of downtown. Pretty concerning. However, let's see what hail tracker. Same trend, right? Pea-sized hail outside of Elmendorf. I-37, Buena Vista, southeast of the 410 loop. They're saying, in terms of the most concerning part of this thunderstorm, regardless, it's just heavy rain. It's lightning. It's lowering the visibility. It's creating some, treacherous condition on the road out of Bexar County right now. But again, P2 nickel-sized hail, eastern San Antonio at 8:42 p.m. Losoya, northwest of Graytown, west of Elmendorf, and southeast of the 410 loop. That's southeastern San Antonio. We'll go back to the loop. Okay, so I've been delaying this, but we saw the reports. We had wind reports and hail reports near Lackland, near northwestern San Antonio, near Stone Oak, and even now a hail core, very small, in southeastern San Antonio as of right now. Now, northwest San Antonio, it's dry. We're seeing some lingering showers, but the severe weather threat is starting to taper off. But for our eastern counties, if you're watching from Gonzales, Seguin, towards Cuero, more storms are going to continue to strengthen east of 35 and east of San Antonio. And the main threats, damaging winds and hail. We've seen pea-sized hail in San Antonio, but as these storms move farther east into Houston, entering a more favorable environment, and those could produce up to quarter-sized hail and even larger east of San Antonio tonight. And I'll have to adjust the timing on that. And when we talk about damaging wind gusts, straight line winds over 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, Weather Service, for it to be severe, has to be over 58 miles an hour. But again, we have a couple of warnings and effects. We talked about this earlier in the newscast. Here's a future. Let's see the forecast models and see what's going on. Drink my coffee. Okay, so see what's happening. This is the IBM. Let's see what they're initializing. Let's see what the NAM is. I would say probably the hurricane. Now, at least what I'm seeing. Hurricanes 5. Okay. And then we got that right there. Perfect. So this is saying by about, let's say 9:30, it's already east by 9:30 tonight. Heads up for Hallettsville this evening at 10 p.m. They'll start to pulse towards Columbus. Probably 11 p.m. tonight towards East Texas. But notice San Antonio tonight through about tomorrow morning, right? We are clear. Lower 50s, upper 40s. It'll be mostly quiet. Fire threat all day tomorrow because the winds will be moving at 15 to 25 miles. Afternoon, a lot of sunshine. By 4 o'clock, we'll be in the upper 70s. But again, an elevated fire threat all day tomorrow. Avoiding the outdoors. The HRRR model. Rain moving out by about 9th, and we'll go back to the radar because I know a lot of folks are just joining in and they want to know where the action is. So lightning strikes across southern Bexar County. We've seen reports in north and northwestern Bexar County up to reports winds of excess 60 miles an hour, hail. Lackland Air Force Base, hail report of half-inch size hail.
How you doing, brother?
Doing all right?
You break? You good?
Yeah, Bill Taylor.
How's it going?
Pretty good. We're just tracking the storm.
Apparently, I mean, we're getting crazy reports. A little bit of hail made it through. You know what? I'm gonna just pop this.
There you go. Yeah. Let's see.
Good evening, Ryan.
Good evening, Bill.
Great job, my brother.
Thank you,
You're
sir.
doing a great
Thank you,
job. I just wanted to give you an idea what's happening around town. Apparently,
Okay.
the Alamo Dome,
Yeah.
a little bit of hail sneaks through the roof. They had to pause there.
No, I'll tell you what. Hey, Greg. He had some video. Incredible video. I don't know if they had to evacuate, but
It's the state basketball tournament.
can you play that video?
Girls.
I'm gonna pull up some video, guys, from the Alamo Dome. Probably around
the video of the
15
night
hour.
we just from Del Rio,
Oh,
a football game, or well, it's a football field. I
Yeah.
would assume they're not playing football this time of year.
yeah.
A track event. we're confirming the video now. We have to verify it, but it's unbelievable. Because we were reporting winds of 55 plus in Del Rio.
Right.
And I mean, it is extraordinary what happens. Hopefully no injuries.
So yeah, we have the
Okay,
video.
video, yeah.
Let me take off the super. There we go. Yeah, I got it.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, getting also a lot of reports of wind gusts, some power pole damage. I'm getting reports of power pole damage.
Yeah.
Leon Valley, Guadalupe County, SeaWorld area.
Over 19,000 total power outages in Bexar County. And this is video from the Alamo Dome from 7:30, 8 o'clock? Well, the storm started to roll through on 8.
8, right about top of the hour.
And this is the state final?
This is semis.
Semifinal.
And this is from Kent's 5 anchor, Vinny Vanzetta.
Oh, this is from Vinny, covering the state semis. So is Clark playing tonight?
Greg, do you know who's
Incredible
playing?
year. Might be Clark. Oh, 6A's tomorrow night?
Okay. Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah. No, it's a lot going on. Let me see. Yeah, Seguin, we got a tree down to a house south of Seguin in Guadalupe County.
Right.
Taking down power lines. Tree is in the house there.
Let's see. So that's radar. Here's severe weather reports.
Chavano Park.
Yeah, I saw some reports there. And, believe it or not, the last 12 hours has been mostly in northern San Antonio.
And this has truly been more of a. I just got some video some hail video from Dignowity, east of downtown, inside the loop. And pretty impressive hail.
Oh, hail.
That was the best hail I've seen in the San Antonio area.
So we start.
Not damage size.
Yeah,
Not even golf ball, but
hail.
just under golf ball size hail there.
Yeah. So if you look, guys, this is northwestern. This is Leon Valley. The time of the report was 7:30 an hour and a half ago. That was wind damage. So that storm, that particular cell came rushing through. Winds were, 40, 50 miles an hour. We were watching that pretty closely.
That's the one that is reporting the power pole damage.
And then a second report in Helotes, Bill, at 8:13, damaging wind gusts, 40, 50 miles an hour. Now, for it to be considered severe, Weather Service 58 plus, but the thing is, anything above 40 to 50, that's tropical storm force winds.
Yeah,
and that can do some pretty bad damage.
Definitely do some damage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been more of a wind event.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to deal with through overnight and a good part of Friday.
Hey, Greg, can you play that video that's in the window, the La Vita? Look at that video. Oh, wow. And you can't hear it, but the viewers can hear it. But, pretty good hit.
Again, you get a storm-like setup on it. If you have it, you hit 89 yesterday, 102 in the time zone, 99 degrees, 2 days in a row.
Right.
So
This is great.
these are big storms. Well, not meteorologists. Welcome to spring and meteorologists.
Yeah, when I saw the temperature really being dropped by 1 or 2.
And then Rock Springs is at 65. And Toledo Springs is at 9%.
No, but that's fuel.
It's incredible.
That's the stability. That's warm air rising. That's what you need. You need shear.
Remember, this upper level low is the one that comes all the sun and comes
Right.
So you got a good cold core low.
Dynamics in place. Wind shear loss.
The wind shear is really nice.
Yeah. That's all you need, though.
I was really glad to see this. I was expecting it. When I saw that wind shear.
Move fast. Because that's stuff a little support, right? I mean, you have the hot air rising, but that's a different factor in terms of severe weather, right? Instability plus wind shear. Those are two factors that you have both of them in place, which we did. That's going to really fuel things.
This radar is moving so quick. That line put us under a warning. It was moving 60 miles an hour.
I was storms. Some of them were moving 40 to 50 miles. I thought, that's But yeah, so guys, if you have any video, photos, fill them to news@kens5.com, EWS news@kens5.com, or text it to 210-60020. Emailing your photos helps us out, and we can feature that at the 10. But again, as we're tracking them in studio, so to have that real-time, info in from viewers like you, photos, videos, it helps a lot when monitoring these storms. It's invaluable.
Just be safe. Just be safe. I mean,
Yeah, when you're going outside, just be safe.
Be well protected. Take the picture from inside if you have to. If you can safely get a hailstone inside and put it next to something to give us perspective on how large it is.
Right.
New warning for Bexar County till 9:15 is going to be the one that you see just over southeast Bexar County now. That's the only portion of the county that's under warning. It's going to be Elmendorf, Calaveras Lake.
St. Hedwig. Oh, it's kind of like right on
Almost the same. Yeah, almost there.
Well, speaking of St. Hedwig, that one set now moving in your direction, just south of I-10. Right now, heavy rain, numerous lightning. In addition to that, we'll turn on Hail Tracker to show you what we got.
Been too impressive.
Hasn't been too impressive. I mean, we've seen video and we've had a report. Mostly, half inch in size, right? I mean, nothing in diameter. But hail nonetheless. That can always power outages. And matter of fact, CPS has reported numerous outages.
19,000, you said?
Yeah, I think up to 19,000.
All right, the video is in from Del Rio.
Let's do
so
it.
we'll just hit cut.
Yeah. See this video. Oh, wow.
Look at this. Look at all the this is Del Rio at 4:30 this afternoon. Tractor event.
Right. Oh my God.
So those cushion, I guess those pads, what do you call the high jump? The pole vaulting.
So much to do.
15, 60. And you're noticing no rainfall. And that's what's been happening too. You get that outflow minutes later, you're getting the rain. You're getting that gust front first.
This is 4:30 this afternoon.
4:30 this afternoon. Look at the flag. Yeah, good point. Just straight out.
It's almost bending. I don't know if y'all saw that.
I didn't see that. Pretty much how it moves, right? Watch the American flag. Look at the flag.
Yeah, it's
It's about to fly off that pole.
I mean, that's full.
That's got to be 50. I don't think 50 or 55.
You see the dust right in the back.
Another one.
Yeah. And the visibility is down. I mean, you can't see
Right.
clear today, guys, at Del Rio.
Del Rio, Texas.
Around 4:30. All right, so let's chat about and notice Stockdale towards Nixon. More rain out of Bexar County, but most of San Antonio starting to dry out, right? So Antonio, seeing quiet conditions, but towards Lavernia, that's where we're picking up on some additional lingering pockets of rain. Stockdale, Wilson County at this point in time. Towards Pleasanton, we got a pocket of lightning. Towards Gonzan, and this is the trend. So these storms are actually going to track farther to Houston in the overnight. And after about 9:15, 9:30 at the latest, we're pretty much wrapping up with this rain. Wake, some hail, heavy rain, lightning in San Antonio, mostly just some good heavy rain. And again, drought's bad. North side of Barronal drought, the level 5 out of 5. Worst category of drought is in San Antonio. Rain is much needed. Our first spring system, it's March, and things are unfolding. Just for the heck of it, let's go up I-35 towards Kyle, Austin. And this is where the line really starts to get severe. Now, this particular line, especially north of Austin this evening, up into Dallas and Tyler, these particular storms north of San Antonio have been rotating. Not each one of them, but there are tornado warnings north of Austin from early. Now, again, southeast of Bexar County, this is it, right? We have rain, we have numerous pockets of lightning and heavy down between Gonzales, Seguin, eastern Bexar County, Pleasanton, and we'll put on the loop and leave it like that. But most of the rain is wrapping up in San Antonio. If you're watching from the east and southeast side, St. Hedwig, Lavernia, you are cashing in on some pretty heavy rain right now. Storms will continue to move east of I-35, east of the I-35 corridor for the rest of the evening. And this will be the one wave we see. We may see some lingering showers through about 9:30, but this will be it. And from some pea-sized hail, it just really hasn't been all that impressive. Hail tracker right outside of Gonzales is another pocket of some pea-size south of I-10 and west of Highway 183. It hasn't been too impressive either. We have seen wind gusts, reports of 60 in the SeaWorld area on the northwest side, the north side of San Antonio. Also earlier this evening in the Hill Country, some reports as well. But now the radar, you can see more of the red color. The storms are moving east of the radar, which is moving away. And you'll see right there, I'll just sample some wind gusts, probably near. So along that leading edge near Gonzales and Luling, Bucky's on I-10, right? We're seeing some reports on radar S70 mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is incredible. That's most of the thunderstorm action as it moves farther east of San Antonio. In on the rain, but the winds not as gusty at that level, county towards Wilson County. And near Seguin, we're looking at wind gusts due to the downdrafts, the outflows of these thunderstorms to 40 miles an hour. But it's mainly along the leading edge of those thunderstorms we're doing damage. Back to radar, we'll probably leave this to get some water. Been on here for a while. Start to get a better look at some of this action. Oh, wow. That's why. Let's see. So the only severe warning in the southeastern tip, that's for 9:15, but that's just for likely expire soon. The highest and strongest activity is all it's right now, riding down I-10 towards Schulenburg, which into this warning. So heads up for anyone in Schulenburg, LaGrange, east of I-35, all seeing rain, but now it is now moving out of some lingering showers in San Antonio, but most of it is not severe. Will now shift east towards I-45, Houston, and Arkansas later on tonight. So we'll keep this on for a little longer live. But for right now, I'm going to take a break, and we'll leave the radar. Rain is wrapping up here in San Antonio with most of the severe activity from Bexar County.